to be with you on continuity alongside our sign language interpreter, Chola Kawama, who will be later joined by Jason Manda. My name is Julius Musmani.
Good morning. Thank you for joining us. My name is Matimba Mkoa.
And so we begin by looking at the business that the House considered yesterday, Thursday, the 10th of November, 2022.
The House considered question for oral answer number 89, understanding order 74. Thereafter, the House resolved into Committee of Supply to consider estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. And so heads that were considered are heads 18, heads 31, and head 14. And so Julius will give us details of those heads.
Right, head 18 and 31 were consolidated. Head 18 is the Ministry of is the Judiciary, and head 31 is the Ministry of Justice. Was policy debate was given by the minister, and at the end of it all, the House approved an allocation to head 18 Judiciary in the sum of 738,945,717 kwacha. Then also moved on to consider head 31 Minister of Justice, which the budgeted allocation for 2023 is 851,754,855 kwacha. And at the time that business was interrupted, under consideration was head 14, Minister of Mines and Minerals Development. And so this head comes up for consideration when the House resolves later in the Committee of Supply. And the time that business was interrupted, the Minister of Mines and Minerals Development was on the floor of the House, and accordingly the House adjourned at 18:40. So on the other side, we'll be looking at today's order paper. Please stay tuned. Live pictures from Parliament buildings, and in a couple of minutes we expect the House to resume business. It's a Friday, and Her Honor the Vice President's question time is the first segment that takes place on the floor of the House, and then we have one question for oral answer, understanding order number 74, Martin.
And so this question will come from the Member of Parliament for Lundazi, Ms. Brenda Nyirenda, who is expected to ask the Minister of Health a question in three parts: whether the government has any plans to construct a mortuary at the Lundazi General Hospital in Lundazi District, and in B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and in C, if there are no such plans, why?
Right, and after this question for oral answer, the House is expected to resolve into Committee of Supply to continue consideration of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. Like we earlier stated, yesterday business was interrupted when head 14, Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, was under consideration, and so the House begins with this particular head, and once it's concluded, we have other heads that are up for consideration, and these include head 30, Zambia Correctional Service, head 23, National Immigration Services, Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, head 09, Teaching Service Commission, Office of the President. There are other heads, Martin.
And we also have head 27, the Public Service Management Division, head 17, Ministry of Foreign Affairs and International Cooperation.
All right, so that is what shapes the day for today, and that will conclude business for this week, and looking forward for yet another exciting and productive week next week. Just about now, Madam Speaker's procession, as you can see in the picture, making way into the chamber. So we urge you to stay tuned to Parliament Television.
Honorable members of Parliament, Madam Speaker.
Tendency of Zambia, proud and free, land of wealth and joy in unity.
who in your infinite wisdom and providential goodness has appointed the offices of leaders and parliaments for the welfare of society and the just government of the people. We beseech you to consider with your abundant favor us, your servants, whom you have been pleased to call to the performance of such important responsibilities in this land. Let your blessing descend upon us here in Parliament assembled, and grant that we may, as in your presence, treat and consider all matters that shall come under our deliberation, in so just and faithful a manner as to promote your honor and glory, and to advance the peace, prosperity, and welfare of our country, and of those whose interests you have committed to our charge. Amen. Honorable members, I have one announcement to make, and the announcement is that I wish to inform the House that the Zambia Education Projects Implementation Unit under the Ministry of Education has been authorized to hold an open day for all interested honorable members of Parliament on Monday, 14th November 2022 at 09 hours at their premises along Mungwi Road, industrial area near government stores. The main purpose of the Open Day ceremony is to enable the Zambia Education Projects Implementation Unit to acquaint honorable members with the standard requirements of infrastructure and school furniture set by the Ministry of Education. Honorable members are encouraged to attend this important program on voluntary basis. Honorable members are encouraged to be punctual. I thank you. The singing of the national anthem was much better, apart from a few members who were not singing. Either they don't know the words or but it's much improved. I could see honorable member from Pika. He'd never even opened his mouth. Order. May Her Honor the Vice President indicate business of the House for next week.
Madam Speaker, let me give the House an indication of the business it will consider next week. Madam, on Tuesday, 15th November 2022, the business of the House will begin with questions. This will be followed by presentation of government bills, if there will be any. Thereafter, the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads. 1. Head 21, Loans and Investments, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. And 2. Head 37, Ministry of Finance and National Planning. Madam Speaker, on Wednesday, 16th November 2022, the business of the House will start with questions. Then the House will consider a private member's motion titled Reduce Retirement Age, to be moved by Mr. N. Samakai, Member of Parliament for Mwinilunga Parliamentary Constituency. This will be followed by presentation of government bills, if there will be any. Thereafter, the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads. 1. Head 25, Local Government as Service Commission. and Head 2, Head 29, Ministry of Local Government and Rural Development. Madam, on Thursday, 17th November 2022, the business of the House will commence with questions. Thereafter, the House will consider presentation of government bills if there will be any. Then the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads. 1, Head 12, Office of the Public Protector. 2, Head 34, Human Rights Commission. And 3, Head 26, Ministry of Information and Media. Madam Speaker, on Friday, 18th November 2022, the business of the House will start with Her Honor the Vice President's question time. Thereafter, the House will deal with questions. The House will then consider presentation of government bills if there will be any. After that, the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads. 1, Head 33, Ministry of Commerce, Trade and Industry. 2, Head 35, Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise Development. I thank you, Madam.
Thank you. Matters of urgent public importance. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
I thank you most sincerely, Madam Speaker, for allowing the people of Kamfinsa to raise an urgent matter of public importance. Madam Speaker, the Higher Education Loans Board recently invited successful applicants for places at university to apply for educational loans. Unfortunately, Madam Speaker, the list that has been published of those that will be sponsored by government indicates that many have been left out on this very important opportunity to acquire further education. I rise on this urgent matter of public importance on behalf of the many young people that have been left out on the list to be sponsored by government, to seek your indulgence, Madam Speaker, considering that any failure to sponsor these children will not allow them to further their studies, especially that they have a duty to contribute to the economy of our country. I know you've always guided, Madam Speaker, that an urgent matter must qualify by the standard that has been made. I seek your indulgence because this matter relates to the future of our country. It relates to an opportunity that has to be given to young people to acquire education. And it will be important that our Honor the Vice President responds to this very urgent matter of leaving out so many young people from the list of applicants for students' educational loans, which in essence, Madam Speaker, are monies that will be paid back when our young people begin working. I seek your indulgence.
Thank you. Honorable Member for Kamfinsa. The criteria for raising a matter of urgent public importance is very specific. I don't know why honorable members are having difficulties in appreciating that criteria. Whereas the matter that we have raised is very, very important. Of course, there are many other ways that this issue can be raised and be dealt with other than raising it as a matter of urgent public importance. For example, today we have the Vice President, Her Honor the Vice President's question time. Why don't you take advantage of that and ask that particular question? That way we'll make some progress. So I will, if you indicate and you want to ask, I will make sure that I recognize you so that you can ask that question. Thank you. Let's make progress. Her Honor the Vice President's question time. The Leader of Opposition.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for this opportunity to pose a question to our Honor the Vice President. Your Honor the Vice President, Grant Thornton, a private audit and advisory firm in which also politically exposed persons are connected, has moved to start auditing defense force units. This move has raised serious concerns among defense officers and members of the public generally, as it is very dangerous to allow private entities to access secret national secret documents and military purchases. My question to you, Your Honor, the Vice President, is why is your government disregarding the work of state institutions, in this case the Auditor General, and instead prefer private audit firms in which politicians have interest? I thank you.
Thank you. Her Honor, the Vice President. Maybe we can stop the time if they stop the time. Her Honor, the Vice President.
I thought the time would run, Madam. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for that question. But because the facts are not very clear to me, I think it is important that we defer this, because some things that hinge on the issues of security are very difficult to discuss in an open forum like this. But I will need a little more information so that then, if the response is given, it will be more precise. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you. I'm sure the leader of opposition can live with that. I can see him smiling. The Honorable Member for Lunte.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, oh, I thought this one was this one. Madam Speaker, thank you so much for an opportunity. The question that has just passed is talking about national security. Let me just talk about procedure. Madam Speaker, did the UPND government tender this award to Grant Thornton? Because there are allegations that the UPND government is awarding contracts arbitrarily to their friends. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Well, I don't want to take the place of Her Honor the Vice President. I was going to answer, but I'll leave it to Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I thank you very much, and I would like to thank the Honorable, and I commend you for not stepping in my, lest you get accused. And I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Lunte for asking that question. And I am very happy that the Honorable in his asking was not very specific. He talked of allegations. Allegations are allegations as they are. It doesn't mean that they are facts. It is not true that this government is sitting to award tenders to friends. I think that is too general a statement and is misleading to the public. It is important that each case is looked at as it is, because you can't list the people that these are friends of who. And if they are friends, really, is it that they cannot participate? I think it is important to look at the procedure, as you said. Does this person meet the criteria as set out? Those are the issues we should be talking about, if any. But allegations that these are friends, even you as my son, you should participate. And if you qualify, you should get it. Not because you are my son, you can't get it. That is not the way this government is going to proceed. I pray not. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kamfinsa.
Madam Speaker, the people of Kamfinsa are excited that you've given them the opportunity to ask Her Honor the Vice President a question relating to educational support to students that have been accepted at public universities. Madam Vice President, I stand here as a beneficiary of this educational support, and I'm aware that after the government advertised requests for students to apply for educational loans, many students have been left out. I am overwhelmed, Madam Vice President, with phone calls from the constituency and other parts of Zambia that when is government going to increase the number of beneficiaries after the recent advert, which has shown that many young people have been left out and they will not be able to acquire an education at the University of Zambia, at the Copperbelt University, and other public institutions. Madam Vice President, this is a very important issue which the Speaker referred to you. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Kamfinsa for that question on educational support. I think that although the member is not even listening, I am speaking to myself. I have answered. He was not listening, so.
Thank you. Please stop the watch. As we ask questions, let's listen to the answers so that we don't repeat those questions. Otherwise, it's not worth asking a question and then when it's being answered, you are not paying attention. The Honorable Member for Mukushi North.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Mukushi people have actually sent me to ask Her Honor the Vice President the question in relation to the parks under FISIP. Mukushi was blessed with the visit of His Excellency, the President of the Republic of Zambia, in the first week of this month. And during his visit, he actually promised and told people of Mukushi that they should not get worried. The FISIP program is actually on, and the benefit for each and every farmer will be 8 bags. Now, my question, therefore, is to Our Honor the Vice President. What is it that the people of Mukushi should expect? Because they've been told by the Minister of Agriculture that it is 6. But the head of state promised the people of Mukushi, farmers of Mukushi, that they will get 8 bags, 4 down, 4 up. That is, what is it that we should take as the people of Mukushi? Thank you.
Order, order, order. Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honorable Member for Mukushi for that question, and maybe it gives me an opportunity, Madam, to give clarity on this issue. I can use a figure. If the President used 8, how many times? Was it once? Because it could be a slip of a tongue. Because really the President and this government, we have made this very clear that a pack is of 6. Correct. That is clear. That is very clear. And I hope it's not hearsay that the Honorable Member is giving, because he may not have even attended the meeting himself. It is 6. I think all of us members of Parliament are aware, Madam, that a pack is 6 bags. Correct. And then 10 kg of maize seed. Correct. Then we have optional, which is 25 kg soya and 20 kg optional. Yeah. Either you get 25 kg soya seed or 20 kg groundnuts is seed. I think this one is settled, is so clear to all of us. The honorable member could have even helped to say, I think it is 6. So let us not make that allegations in the House and mislead the people. Thank you.
Thank you. The honorable member from Pika.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning, I honor the Vice President. I honor the Vice President. In my constituency, there is a chiefdom called Nabwalia Chiwombo, which is near North Luangwa National Park. And usually when they grow, the animals graze their fields. Madam Speaker, these people depend on FISIP annually on government. In the past, we had a company that was operating there, Statunga, whose contract has been terminated by government. It used to help our people in terms such as this one. May I find out from our honor the Vice President, when this government will deliver relief food to the people of Nabwalia, who are now depending on the routes for survival, considering the fact that there is no road that would take relief food to Nabwalia in December or January. May I find out when government intends to deliver relief food to Nabwalia Chombo? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I would like to thank the honorable member from Pika for that question on Nabwalia. I think government is aware, except the member is talking of FISIP and relief. I think all of us must look at this scenario. You are talking of FISIP and relief for Nabwalia is almost perennial. It is almost every time. I think like in this house, we should start thinking of permanent solutions to certain issues. The member knows Nabwalia better than all of us because he's the member of parliament. Let us start, and I would like, for me, sitting in my office, to see the member come and we discuss a permanent solution. Because what's the point of taking FISIP that will not produce food, even food for consumption? Is that the way we are going to move? Honorable member, you can hear me loud and clear. You are welcome to my office. But, Madam Speaker, we have not left the people of Nabwalia without food. The member, we will agree that we have been giving Nabwalia food. If we have run out, honorable member, come, let us see what do we want. We are ready. We know the areas where we need to, like members here, bring these issues. Madam, we have almost 10 districts in the country where we are going to deliver now the relief, even as we continue to work on preparedness, pre-positioned food where there may be difficulty in future. But we are working on that, and Nabwalia is one of those where we have to deliver. But we gave to Nabwalia bags of maize earlier in the year. Thank you.
Thank you. I hope the honorable member from Pika was listening. The honorable member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving a rare chance to the people of Lundazi to ask a question to Her Honor the Vice President. Her Honor the Vice President, the past 1 week in Lundazi, there has been no fuel and people are sleeping on the queues. Madam Vice President, they told me this morning to find out what is it that is happening to the fuel supply. I submit.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I think it is important for me to note that from the description of Lundazi, it must be a very developed district. If people are sleeping on the line, looking for fuel, I think, members, let us not exaggerate a situation that in Lundazi people can queue on the line, surely. You know what I'm talking about, Honorable. But we do appreciate that people have been bringing out this concern. But what I am told is that we have enough fuel. Yes, there may be areas where the delivery is slow, but the country in general has fuel. Yeah. Okay. Thank you. This is where I get information from. Yeah, basically, the point I've made, okay, the point I'm making is that there is enough fuel in the country. So, if that is situation now, it has taken a whole week. I know there are other people that also have raised concern about this. It is the delivery. I think the ministry and the regulators will work to ensure that fuel reaches the intended areas. Otherwise, for the country, we have enough. In fact, Malawi, I'm informed Malawi is purchasing fuel from us. So how come that people may allege that we don't have enough fuel? There is enough fuel, but I'll call upon the minister and the regulators to ensure that all parts of the country have the fuel. I'm sure it is coming, Honorable Member. I think you have many cards. Send some to Kaputa.
The Honorable Member for Mufurira.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, greetings from the mining town of Mufurira. Madam Vice President, this week we have heard a statement from the Chamber of Mines that the country's copper production has reduced up to the end of the third quarter by slightly over 4%. Madam Vice President, we have given so many incentives and concessions to the mining sector, starting with the mineral royalty and a cocktail of other incentives. And the reason is that we expect production of copper to go up, we expect jobs to be created. But what is happening, despite all these incentives, is that in fact we are losing jobs in the mines, and the Chamber of Mines themselves have mentioned that in fact copper production has reduced. My question, Your Honor, are we on the right path in the mining sector? Are we putting the correct measures to achieve what we want? That's my question. Thank you.
Thank you. Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, the Honorable Member for Mufulira, and for being faithful, for bringing greetings back to Mufulira. Yeah, the concern is that there is reduced production, hopefully not productivity, reduced production of copper or whatever minerals. Yes, this is almost historic. This government, yes, is doing a lot in the area of concessions. You have talked of mineral royalty. All this is working to stop such issues so that production, when it is properly put, policies are put in place. The result that we want is continuous production and raised production until we reach our 3 what? 3 million tons. In 10 years, not tomorrow. In 10 years. Rest I'm quoted as having said by the end of the year we will produce 3 million. It will take a lot of policy direction. It will take a lot of creating the environment in which mining can thrive. And you, honorable members, can also own some mines. This is what we want. So that collectively we can produce the 3 million tons. Thank you very much. Metric.
Thank you. Thank you. Can we have some order? The Honorable Member for Mufumbwe.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And thank you for giving me this time to ask Her Honor the Vice President a very involving question and with a deep heart that I ask this question. Madam Vice President, when is government going to come up with a comprehensive land audit report in order to avoid all these problems that we have inherited of illegal land allocation, which now is giving us actually headache to sort out? When is government going to come up with this comprehensive report, which is going to allow the poor Zambians to also have access to land, to avoid wasting their monies when they're given land illegally? Thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I would like to thank the Honorable Member from Mufumbwe for asking that question, which I believe is a concern of every Zambian, because the illegal allocation of land brings misery. Sometimes people are given land in places that are not designated, and at the end of the day, we end up with demolitions, which are extremely inconveniencing to the people that are illegally given such, pieces of land. Realizing that this is very important, government is working. It is not an easy venture. It's extremely expensive to do land audit. And therefore, the government, through the ministry, assigned Ministry of Lands, is working out on involving all stakeholders and be able probably to see how they can use the satellite to be able to map our country and be able therefore to give the comprehensive report, audit report, so that we know exactly how much land, because if we are just talking about land, how much arable land we have and invite people without proper evidence of what we have, it is difficult. But government is working on that. We know it's expensive, but it is important. It must be done, and I believe that it will be done. But I can't give the date because your question was when. I don't have the dates that I can give. It's my prayer that it can be done. I don't even know whether the budget has captured anything. That means it may not be 2023. It may be later. Thank you.
Thank you. This is usually a very interesting session, but there's a lot of noise in the House. Can we have some order so that we listen to the answers? The Honorable Member for Wacha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, for the opportunity to ask our Honor the Vice President a question. Your Honor the Vice President, good morning. Your Honor the Vice President, there are some officers under Ministry of Home Affairs, and to be specific, Zambia Police Service and Zambia Correctional Service, who passed out late last year, but not on full salaries. Your Honor the Vice President, when is the government considering to put such officers, the affected officers, on full salaries? Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, and good morning, Honorable Member for Wacha. Indeed, a very concerning scenario painted, but I am informed that everybody who is reporting for work is on full salary. Maybe if really we need to follow up this, the Honorable Member, for him to raise a question, may know one or two members, which may not be discussed here, I think can go to the minister with those particular names. Then you go through and see whether because people as members of parliament, they come to us sometimes with things that are not so true, but you can pick it up and ensure that at least there is some truth, or truly what we are saying is the truth here. But from what we know, everybody is on full salary except some are not reporting for work. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Solwezi East.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and I'm grateful for this chance just to ask Her Honor the Vice President a question. Your Honor the Vice President, the CDF funds in various banks have accumulated interest, and such monies, we are told, like I had a meeting with my CDF committee, the technocrats said that money has to be deposited back to the Treasury. I want to find out our position, because it was on this floor of the House that the President mentioned that the monies for the CDF ought not to go to the Treasury, have to be used. Now, I want to know the position about the interests that have been accumulated. Thank you.
Thank you, Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I would like to thank the Honourable Member for Solwezi East for that question, where, if I have understood correctly, is that the money, the CDF money, which was deposited in various banks in the country, has accrued interest. The question he is asking me, Madam, is that where is the interest going to go? And he says, I think whether there was a statement or I don't know where he gets this, that the interest will go to back to the Treasury, not to the constituents. I will need to find out, because I stand here, I'm not aware of exactly how this interest accrued to the CDF will be treated. I think I can come with an answer at an appropriate time. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honourable Member for Shiwangandu.
Thank you so much, Madam Speaker, for allowing me a chance to pose a question to our Honor the Vice President. Your Honor the Vice President, I know you didn't respond clearly to the question which was posed regarding the procedure which was followed in engaging the private audit firms. But I'll try to be specific. Your Honor, the auditing of public institutions is a constitutional matter. And the Auditor General's office is provided for in the Constitution under Article 249 and Article 250. Madam Speaker, just permit me to quote the functions very briefly of the Auditor General. Article 250, Sub-Article 1.
Order, honourable members, we do that. I'm sure time is running out. So
I'll be very brief. It's important. We are supposed to be specific as you've guided, Madam Speaker. Auditor General shall audit the accounts of 1, state organs, state institutions, provincial administration, and local authorities, and 2, institutions financed from public funds. And Sub-Article 2 talks about how the Auditor General should not be subject to control by any authority. Currently, the Honorable Minister of Finance has got private audit firms, Pricewaterhouse, Grant Thornton, and others, who have been contracted to do some audits regarding some areas of the contracts. My question to you, Your Honor, is that where are these audit reports going to go? Because by procedure, all the audit reports from the Auditor General end up at this institution, which provides oversight functions on the executive. My question is, where will this report go after these private audit firms conclude their work? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you. Okay, great. Thank you. Thank you very much. I do get the concern, and the honorable member for Chiwangando is the final question is, where are the audit reports going to go? Because they should come here also to be scrutinized. I was going to say this, that we can have more time to this, but I'll give an answer for now. I think it is important not just to cite one piece of legislation, in the Constitution, one piece of article or two. We have to also look at the acts that provide, because I am informed, and that's why I'm saying I will have to read for myself, but I am informed the Auditor General, in the Auditor General, there is authority for the Auditor General to actually contract. Yes. Yeah, but remember that is not the only piece of legislation that you have cited. That's why, honorable members, Madam Speaker, I am glad that the member is listening. I've said we can come back and give even more information and specific. But I am aware, honestly, that the Auditor General has the authority to subcontract. And the concern about where the report is going to go, because I think that was your concern. When these private subcontracted auditors audit, their report goes to the Auditor General. That finally forms. But I thought I am
Honorable
talking.
members.
The
Let's
honorable
allow
member
her
must listen.
Order. Stop the clock. Honorable members, let's allow her honor the Vice President to answer the questions. If you are not clear, you can make a follow-up question. But to interject while her honor the Vice President is on the floor, I think it's in total breach of our standing orders. So let's observe order, please. May her honor the Vice President continue.
I'll come and apologize if this is not true. The fact that the auditor has authority to subcontract. And whoever is subcontracted, I said, reports to the Auditor General, and that forms part of the Auditor General's final report. And therefore, that comes to this House as Auditor General's report. I know, honorable members, that here there are issues in the Auditor General's report. If you want us to also be audited, it's too early by the auditor. We can only be found wanting through whistleblowing. Let me tell you, let me finish. Madam, the Auditor General has not yet audited our time. You can wait for us also. When the audit, but this is the truth. When 2022 report comes, you are likely not to appear. If we are doing anything wrong, that's when that will be revealed. So the issue of Auditor General's authority is there in the law. And when, as the member's concern was, where will it go? It goes to the one who contracted, and the one who contracted will make it part of the report that comes here. This is, thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The honorable member for Bwana Mkubwa.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Your Honor, the Vice President, for those answers. Your Honor, the Vice President, the people of Bwana Mkubwa again asked me to come and ask a question, the people of Kaloko. Your Honor, the Vice President, last year there were floods in Kaloko and part of Munkulungwe, and DMMU did visit the area. But Madam Vice President, we only received about 100 iron sheets, and people are still asking. I wanted to find out
what is the position on DMMU coming to finish up that pledge? I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Her Honor the Vice President.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I thank the Honorable Member for Bwana Mkubwa and the situation in Kaloko. We are still following up the situation in Kaloko, and because you brought that to our attention, we start learning of how did the people of Kaloko find themselves there. I think it is important. We will look at their plight, but I want to use this opportunity to say when people are resettled in a place and they are compensated, let us help them to construct some permanent structures. Otherwise, it becomes very difficult for DMMU. Even you members, you see the kind of infrastructure or houses that people are putting up. You know they will not withstand the pressure of the weather, climate. It is important that we help them to settle. I am aware of what happened, how people found themselves there. But we are committed. We are working as fast as we can in our preparedness. The Ministry of Finance is working very quickly that we can get the resources we need as part of preparedness for what may happen, things that we don't know, including where things have already happened and we need to respond. So we will continue to respond, but I think you and me discussed. We had a discussion. We should find out what should we do for them, because they will go and put the roofing sheets in the same way. Even this year, even those 100 we gave will be blown off. I think we have to find some solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Momba.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I Honor the Vice President, I wanted to find out, we still have some farmers who supplied maize to FRA and they have not been paid. And now with the onset of the rains, Madam, Your Honor, the Vice President, there is some bit of anxiety within our farmers. I wanted to find out, when are these farmers going to be paid so that they can continue with their farming business? Thank you.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Madam Speaker, I thank you and I thank the Honorable Member for Momba. I think every question is quality. It depends on what the person really wants to find out. And for me, Madam, I take every question very seriously. Very seriously. And indeed, my response may not be satisfying, but it has to be truthful. And truthful may not be fact also, because I also rely on information. The issue of farmers being paid, I think it comes almost every week. There is a scenario that I've picked, the minister is here, he can say no to this, is that in most of our constituencies, the targeted maize was procured and the payment was given. But the procurement has gone beyond because people still remained with the produce. And as this is being collected, the payments keep going on. But I know that at every point there are people who have not yet been paid. But I'm assured, and I'm assuring the House, that this money is with FRA. They must pay the people. I pray that next time, honorable members, you come, just to help all of us, you can come and say, I have members who delivered maize in August, they are not paid. Then we will follow it up, because the payment is those that supplied late. As you supply, you get paid, but you can't be paid in 1 week after supply or 2 weeks. You know the procedures that you keep talking about. But the money, as we sit here, FRA has money to pay for those that have already delivered their produce to FRA. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lukasha.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Your Honor, the Vice President, I just want to find out if the House might take it as a position that the Auditor General put out a tender for this job and Grant Thornton responded to the tender. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you. I think that generally I wouldn't know exactly how they did it, but whichever way they did it, as long as it is within the law, in putting up it, in contracting the people that have been given these contracts. I don't know, as I sit here, the Auditor General, whether he put up an open tender, whether it was selective tender, whether it was single sourcing. All those are provided for within the law, but I can't tell you now, Honorable, for Lukasha, exactly which method, but it is my prayer that they went by it lawfully. Colleagues, whoever does Honorable Madam Speaker, whoever does the audit, we believe that it must be truthful audit report. It doesn't really, it shouldn't bother us. I hope it is procedure indeed that they are worried, but the result will be still result. The result will still be the same result. The procedure also, you are aware of so many laws, Honorable Member, for Porokoso, leader of government business, the incoming president of PF. Now, Madam, here campaigning for them is very difficult. We don't know who. And they are all our relatives. The issue of procedure, I think if you have consent, you know exactly which way to go. You are a lawyer. But for us, we think that they went through the right way. And indeed, I'm glad you are talking of procedure. Get it in the minds of colleagues that it is not wrong to subcontract. The procedure must also be right. I am happy the lawyer there is saying it is normal to subcontract. You are changing your mind. It is normal to subcontract. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Kalabo Central.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the people of Kalabo, they are somehow troubled following the poor deployment of the recruited teachers. We have about 20 schools which have not benefited from the deployment. Is the government planning to undertake a review so that they come up to what led to some schools in Kalabo district and other places not to receive teachers out of the 30,000 recruited teachers? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Her Honor, the Vice President.
Thank you very much. The concern of the Honorable Member that some 20 schools in his constituency did not get the benefit of the recruitment. And when are we going to do that review? I think the ministry, together with the teaching service that looks at conditions, the deployment, is probably, it is, I think the distribution was really left. The recruitment was decentralized, and even the deployment, I think numbers were given. I can't give the real answers why these 20 schools did not benefit. In fact, it would be very good for the Honorable Member to check with the provincial and get down to the district and then constituents. But it was meant to equitably, all of us equitably benefit out of this process. Thank you, Madam.
The Honorable Member for Petauke Central. It appears the honorable member for Petauke is not available. So we'll go to the next independent, the honorable member for Serenja.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for according the humble people of Serenje with this opportunity to indeed make a clarification from our Honor the Vice President. Actually, it's over the same recruitments. And as we are aware, teachers keep on upgrading themselves from primary to secondary. Now, those teachers who did the direct secondary school teaching, it's like they are not benefiting. Because year in, year out, those teachers who have upgraded, some have been promoted into secondary school, meaning they are leaving a lot of vacancies at primary level. What measures is the government doing to accommodate the secondary school? Thank you.
Thank you. Her Honor the Vice President.
Madam is asking out of time. Madam Speaker. And I'm so sorry I missed, but I'll try to respond. You talked of those that are direct entries from colleges, university with degree, and they remain there. But they have different entries, that is one thing. But they should have different entries, unless something has happened in the ministry since I left many years ago. The entry of a certificate, degree, diploma must be different. But upgrading, government is taking care of that because we realize that some people, those who upgrade themselves, particularly after they are already in the system, they end up being disadvantaged. And this is where government has put some resources for 2023 budget to see to the upgrading of people that are operating at a wrong scale or wrong notch and so on. So government is aware, particularly of those that have been stuck in the system. After they get their degree, they come back to diploma, and there is no improvement. Government is working on that. Thank you, Madam.
Thank you very much. That unfortunately sees us to the end of that session. So many indications of honorable members wishing to ask questions, but we cannot extend much time because we have all these heads of expenditure that we need to consider. So we'll move to the next item, which is question for oral answer, understanding order 74. The honorable member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Question 90.
The honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lundazi, Ms. Nirenda, is asking the Minister of Health, A, whether the government has any plans to construct a mortuary at the Lundazi General Hospital in Lundazi District. B, if so, when the plans will be implemented, and C, if there are no such plans, why? Our response, Madam Speaker, is as follows. Madam Speaker, allow me, before I respond to the question, to state that the hospital being referred to is not, in fact, a general hospital, which is a level 2 hospital, but instead it is a district hospital, which we refer to as first level hospital. Madam Speaker, I wish to inform the House that government has plans to construct a mortuary at the Lundazi District Hospital in Lundazi District. B, Madam Speaker, government has already constructed the mortuary unit at Lundazi District Hospital. To C, Madam Speaker, stated in A and B above, government has already constructed a mortuary unit at Lundazi District Hospital. Therefore, question C falls off. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, honorable members. Please, can we have some order in the House? There is so much consultations that are ongoing. If we are consulting, let's do that quietly. Supplementary questions, the Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, for giving the people of Lundazi a chance to ask a follow-up question to the Minister of Health. Honorable Minister of Health, right now at Lundazi District Hospital, we do not have a mortuary. When people die, it's either we use ox carts or we have to hire a motorbike and carry a dead body, transfer it 6 kilometers to where there is a mortuary right now. The space or the building which was reserved for a mortuary is being used as a mother's shelter for women who are expecting. Madam Speaker, through you, I would want to find out, the Minister of Health, is it possible that a mortuary be built since the one which was reserved is being used for pregnant mothers? I submit.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable, for a follow-up question. Indeed, Madam Speaker, the situation is as put by the Honorable Member of Parliament, except to say that initially what we have done, and this year in June, we did fix the mortuary at the old hospital, which also was not working. And that mortuary does hold between 4 to 6 bodies, and that is the one they are currently using, which indeed is 6 kilometers away from the new district hospital. Regarding the new district hospital, unfortunately, that hospital was opened in 2020, even before the mortuary was completed in terms of even getting the unit. So what we are doing under the new Dawn government, under phase 3 of the hospital construction, what we have done is, one, we are looking at terminating the contractor, because as you know, most of these contractors never did things according to what was agreed. So we're looking at that. But in the meantime, the works at the hospital under phase 3 are over 80%. We're still remaining with few works to be completed, which also includes procuring equipment. Now, what the hospital management has allowed, they've allowed a situation where mothers are using the mortuary space as a mother's shelter. And the Honourable Member of Parliament for Lundazi is now saying we should turn the mortuary into a mother's shelter. And I'm also aware that there are sentiments on the ground to the effect that, can you imagine, we're using a mortuary as mother's shelter. So maybe that would not be a very good idea. I think let's proceed as planned by our government, to the effect that we complete the process of procurement of the first unit, which is already underway. And thanks to the Honourable Member for agreeing to use even part of the CDF under her district for that. And then the government ministry, under the ministry, then can also proceed to get the second unit, so that we have 2 units, and hopefully by early 2023, Madam Speaker, we should have done that. So the other issue that has come out from our question is the need for a mother's shelter. I think working with the Honourable MP and looking at the various resources of government, including CDF, including Ministry of Health, we can sit down and see how next year we can look at construction of a mother's shelter. So the idea of turning a mortuary into a mother's shelter wouldn't be a good idea under this case. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Chama South.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister, from your explanation, clearly you have indicated that the government is in the process of procuring a mortuary unit for the new Lundazi district hospital. And according to your approximation, you are saying early next year. Are you in a position to be specific, Honorable Minister, so that the people of Lundazi should be expectant? Which month early next year? Is it the first quarter, second quarter, or end of year when this unit will be delivered to the people of Lundazi? I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. The Honorable Minister of Health.
Thank you for the follow-up question, Madam Speaker. Maybe you didn't hear me very correctly. I want to repeat that, in fact, the procurement of the unit is already underway through the local council there that we are working with. So we are doing that procurement process through the local council. The one I'm talking about is another second unit. So basically, for the purpose of opening that mortuary, that can be done anytime, even maybe end of this year. But for the second unit of the mortuary, that's the one we are saying, we are working again with the council to see that in 2023, the first quarter, hopefully, if we could secure the second one. So that we have those two, and then we are going to have the old hospital. I think the challenge, 6 kilometers in town is not a long way. The problem with rural areas is the issue of transport. So, you know, unless we develop faster so that there's transport, then that 6 kilometers is nothing. You know what I'm trying to say? Yeah, this is why I'm saying for the current mortuary that we must do, and we've already started doing that, and we're working with the council, and the council is already processing the procurement. We are not procuring that under ZAMSA or, you know, but that is being done under the council. So working together with the council next year, we can again proceed to ensure that we procure the second one. So hopefully the first quarter. Thank you.
Thank you. The Honorable Member for Lundazi.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Honorable Minister of Health, the last time the question came on the floor of the House, I followed at the ministry, and the ministry confirmed that they had already procured 10 mortuaries, which they were going to distribute to various districts. And you assured me, together with your PS, Mr. Mwanza, that Lundazi had already been allocated a unit. I'm wondering why we are moving from getting the mortuary unit from your ministry to now talking about the one we are buying as CDF. I submit. I need your comment.
The Honorable Minister of Health.
Again, Madam Speaker, that is actually a very good reminder. It is also true that if you recall, under the 2022 budget, under the item procurement of equipment, the ministry has gone ahead to procure some mortuary units. I can't remember the number. Now, the allocation of the same will depend on those members of parliament that have engaged the ministry, and I know that the relevant department does keep records. So when the time comes, maybe Lundazi will be one of those. So she's right to that extent, except that because normally when we get things, it's like ambulances, the 100. They are 156 plus, or is it 50 plus, constituencies, or 116 districts. And yet the first phase of the ambulances will only be 100, and quite a number of members of parliament make these requirements. So normally, it is those that have formally written to the ministry and brought their issues, and apart from the provincial directors who also write, and then we allocate accordingly. So it will be possible that Lundazi may, in addition, get a unit from the ministry. Thank you.
Thank you. The clerk will now read the order of the day.
Estimates of revenue and expenditure, including capital and constitutional and statutory expenditure. Committee of Supply, resumption of committee work.
The House will now resolve into committee.
Order. The Honorable Minister of Transport. When business was interrupted yesterday, 10th November 2022, the Committee of Supply on the Estimates of Expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 presented to the National Assembly in September 2022 was considering Head 14, Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, and the Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development was winding up debate. May the Honorable Minister continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I'll try in the few minutes that are remaining to conclude on my submission for yesterday. I ended by saying that our ministry is actually now today going to sign or launch the new mines and minerals policy that will guide the way that we are going to transact in as far as delivering to our people is concerned in the mining sector. Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson, that is how this government is proceeding. I know that a lot of our contributors yesterday raised a host of issues in as far as how the ministry is driving the mineral sector is concerned. So in conclusion, I want to say that most of the issues that were raised are going to be addressed through the mines and minerals policy that we are launching today. And Madam Speaker, if the mining policy requires that we put in legislation, that will be done, because as a ministry, we are already tinkering with the Mines and Minerals Act.
Chairman South, I think the noise is too much. We want to make progress. Just lower your voices. You may continue, Minister.
I would like to assure the nation, one of the issues that have been very noisy is how that Zambians can get business from these mining entities. We are discussing, Madam Chairperson, with line ministries like the Ministry of Commerce, the Ministry of Small and Medium Enterprise, on how we are going to come up with a policy and legislation, Madam Speaker, that will compel the promotion of local content. In other words, promotion of Zambians participating in the mining value chain. This is a serious matter, and I want to assure the Zambians that going forward, you will be getting businesses from these mining companies who haven't been giving you, because we are going to legislate if that is what it will require. I don't want to preempt that discussion because, Madam Speaker, we are putting finality to the document that we want to come up with together with Commerce and Medium and Small Enterprise Ministries so that Zambians can get business from the mining entity. I submit, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. Head 14, Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development. Head total 275,248,633 kwacha. Any debate? Any objection? Mr. Mwila.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. Honorable Minister, I'm looking at program area 2138, Mines Technical Services. I note the
That is
increase.
page what, Mr. Mwila?
It's on page 158. The Mines Technical Services. So there is a budget that has increased Mines Development Services from 460,000 kwacha to 52.1 million. I note that this is dealing with artisanal and small-scale miners. So I wanted to find out what exactly will be done to spend this allocation of 52 million to the artisanal and small-scale miners. Thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, Madam Chairperson. What exactly will be done, Honorable Member, through the Chairperson, is in the document which we've produced on the formalization of my artisanal and small-scale miners. So this is a block figure that has been allocated to that particular line, but we have a document that we presented to the Honorable Minister of Finance on the details of how we are going to administer the formalization of small and artisanal miners. Thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Chewe.
Thank you, Chairperson, for giving the good people of Rwanseshi this opportunity to ask the Minister of Mines. Honorable Minister, when you look at page 151, item 9002, mine safety and occupational health. You agree with me that whatever targets that we may put in place to achieve like 3 million tons of copper, it really anchored on the human capital. And your ministry has a mammoth task to ensure that safety in all the mines is guaranteed to the workers. As you might be aware that Mopani and the other mines, we have bad record in terms of accidents. And again, on this allocation for 2023, there is also a project that is a historical issue which we are going to implement using the same money, meaning that the safety of the workers in these mines is not guaranteed. My question is, are you able to consider to increase the allocation for 9002 so that we can have enough money to do proper monitoring and guarantee safety for the workers whom we are intending to give us 3 million in the next 10 years. Thank you, Honorable Minister.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Member, for that very important question. Indeed, the safety of human capital in the mines is priority number one. And that is why the Mine Safety Department, through its director, has got power to shut down a mine when safety of the employees is compromised. So when you look at this allocation, of course, money is never enough. So what I would want to tell you is that we have slightly increased this allocation of mine safety for the Mine Safety and Occupational Health Department. This is because we also have now the Mines and Minerals Commission coming. And one of the issues that it is going to look at are issues of safety. So I want to assure you, Madam Chairperson and the Honorable Member, and the nation, that our ministry takes health and safety of the miners seriously. We don't care how much productivity a mine can have. What is important is for our people to be kept safe. And that's why some of the mottos that you find in the mining companies, before you do it, make it safe and then do it. So this one, to us, is critical, it's crucial. We have to make sure that our people are safe before they go underground or even on surface mines. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Kangombe.
Page 150, Program 2139, Petroleum Exploration. In 2021, Minister, 1 million was allocated towards this activity. Last year, or this year, 1.2 million was allocated. Next year, there's a reduction, Minister, in the allocation towards petroleum exploration. It's indicating that you only get 850,000 kwacha. And I know that yesterday the MP from Mufumbwe did raise a question regarding oil, gas, and drilling. Why is there a reduction, Minister, to this very important activity that is supposed to help us know how much petroleum deposits we have? I thank you.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker, and thank you, Honorable Member. Yes, this provision caters for monitoring of petroleum activities. Again, I will still refer you to the Mines and Minerals Commission, because when it comes, some of the activities that would have been done, by the current staff will be under the commission. Because like I said yesterday, Madam Chairperson, the Minerals Commission will be present everywhere. That is the vision. So meaning that there will be less movements, because then they will be stationed where the activities are taking place. So this could actually attribute to this reduction that we are projecting. If you look at this year, in the 2022 budget, and compared to the previous one, it shows an increase. But because we are progressing like that, the normal way of doing things is going to change because of this commission that is coming. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Mr. Kangombe, is this a new indication? You can go ahead.
Thank you once again, Madam Chairperson. Minister, page 157, Head 14, Program 2110. Under that program outputs, Table 6, Minister, there's an activity marked number of small-scale mines to be inspected. Minister, this year you targeted 724 small-scale mines that were supposed to be inspected by your team. You've only managed to inspect 250. This next year, you are targeting 580. That is your target, which is below the target for this year. I wanted to find out, Minister, do you have the resources? Do you have the team? Do you have the expertise to help you meet this target, considering that you have struggled this year to meet your target? I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
The Honorable Minister of Mines and Minerals Development.
Madam Speaker, I will still refer to the Mines and Minerals Commission. That is the answer to all these things. The capacity to inspect was hampered by the fact that, you know, we had staff that had no capacity to go all over and inspect. And therefore, this is why, even before we came up with the Mines and Minerals Commission, we've already done a document on formalization, which includes actually inspecting these small and artisanal miners. So, Madam Chairperson, for us, the Minerals Commission is a game changer in terms of even checking and inspecting what is happening around the mining sector. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
I put the question. The question is that head 14, Minister of Mines and Minerals Development, head total 275,248,633 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 14, Ministry of Mines and Minerals Development, head total 275,248,633 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move to head 30, Zambia Correctional Service. Head 30, Zambia Correctional Service, General Policy Debate, the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security Policy Statement.
Madam Chairperson, let me thank you for according me an opportunity to present before this August House the policy statement on the 2023 budget estimates for Head 30, Zambia Correctional Service. Chairperson, the Zambia Correctional Service is established under Article 193 of the Republic Constitution Amendment Act Number 2 of 2016 and is governed by the Correctional Service Act Number 37 of 2021. The service is mandated to manage, regulate, and ensure security of all prisons and correctional centers across the country. Further, the service offers correctional and rehabilitation programs to inmates. The mission statement of the Zambia Correctional Service is to provide humane custody and correctional services for maintaining community safety and reformation of inmates. Past performance, Madam Chairperson. The performance of the Zambia Correctional Service in the first half of 2022 was generally satisfactory. During the period under review, the average inmate population in the country was 24,000 against the holding capacity of 9,150, translating to an overpopulation of 162%. This situation has exerted pressure on the existing correctional facilities. Despite overcrowding correctional facilities, inmates were being provided with at least 3 meals per day. The service also ensured timely treatment of inmates in order to improve the health of inmates and reduce further morbidity in correctional centers. Further, all HIV-positive inmates are on antiretroviral therapy. Chairperson, under rehabilitation services, the service continued facilitating the enrollment of inmates in adult education and vocational skills. So far, 25% of inmates accessed training in trade skills and received certification by TEVETA and the Examination Council of Zambia. Further, 2 industrial workshops, one in Kabwe and another one in Livingstone, were recapitalized. Chairperson, the service is instrumental in ensuring discharged inmates are socially integrated and adapting to the communities. To this effect, 40% of discharged inmates were monitored and tracked in order to facilitate community reentry and effective reintegration in the mainstream society. Challenges first. Chairperson, during the implementation of the 2022 budget, the service experienced a number of challenges, which among others include congestion in correctional facilities due to the ever-increasing inmate population. 2, low staffing levels, thus compromising security in correctional facilities. 3, inadequate starter packs for discharged inmates with relevant skills. 4, inadequate office equipment and furniture. 5, accumulation of arrears for other personnel emoluments and goods and services. And 6, inadequate modern industrial equipment. 23, budget highlights. Madam Chairperson, the proposed 2023 budget is 899,016,340 compared to 628,904,130 kwacha. Budget of 22 representing 42.9% increase. The increase is a clear demonstration that the new Dawn administration is determined to accord inmates with humane custody. Madam Chairperson, the total proposed allocation of 899,016,340 is broken down under the different programs as follows. 1, custodial services, 513,545,816 kwacha. Rehabilitation services, 145,340, sorry, Madam Chairperson, 145,340,470. 3, social reintegration, 29,188,914 kwacha. 4, correctional services training, 62,306,089 kwacha. Management and support services, 148,661,51 kwacha. Madam Chairperson, the service shall channel resources towards inmates, adult literacy, and vocational training, which encompasses literacy, formal education, and vocational skills training for inmates, thereby contributing significantly to their rehabilitation and the provision of aftercare and extension services to facilitate community reentry, reintegration, and post-discharge support to ex-inmates. Further, the service will focus on facilitating the delivery of efficient and effective Zambia Correctional Service to enhance accountability and prudent utilization of resources. The service will improve human resource development and management, as well as strengthen planning, budgeting, and financial management systems. In conclusion, Madam Chairperson, the Zambia Correctional Service will execute its mandate and contribute to internal security through the provision of astute correctional services. Madam Chairperson, I therefore ask honorable members of this August House to favorably consider the proposed allocation for Zambia Correctional Service. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate? Mr. Mwene?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for according the good people of Mangango to have a contribution to the 2023 proposed Zambia Correctional Service budget. I'm compelled, Madam Chairperson, because I happen to house one of the training schools in my constituency at Nyango. Madam Chairperson, I fully support this proposed budget because I know that from now onwards, no more irregularities will be experienced from the Zambian Correctional Service. Madam Chairperson, the increment in this particular budget from the 2022 budget to the current budget we are debating on, 2023 proposed budget of about 42% increment, is a very good increment that can bring massive changes in the correctional service, like human resource development. Madam Chairperson, it is very, very important to take our human resource in the correctional service for proper and further development so that we are able to achieve the main objectives of the correctional service. Madam Chairperson, not only that, I also support this particular budget because I need to see, as it will be in the new Dawn government, proper infrastructure in the correctional service so that we even offer a proper service. Even when somebody is undergoing a correctional, is in the correctional facility, the facilities in there, Madam Chairperson, must be habitable. There must be facilities that are so good that even as somebody is undergoing the rehabilitation, they will be able to change as expected, not as it was, Madam Chairperson, in the previous regime, where one room, Madam Chairperson, they could put a lot of people, and the toilet is also just there where people were using buckets. Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, we needed to see change in the new Dawn government in that area because we are human beings. There is no one that will say, I will never be at a correctional service. All of us can go to that place. No one is innocent, including those on your left-hand side, Madam Chairperson. They can still go there. Even us on your right-hand side, we can still go there, meaning it is our time to make those places habitable for human beings. Madam Chairperson, I also would like to support this increment in this particular 2023 budget because we need to see also from 2023 in the new Dawn government, as we have never seen it before, and a proper kind of attention as regards to medical facilities and meals in the prison services. Madam Chairperson, we would not want to see a situation from now onwards in our new Dawn government, as we promised our people, to see somebody coming from a correctional service in a malnourished state, as it has been in the past. This will not see it anymore. Because the new Dawn government is here to serve the people, and for the people, the new Dawn government shall serve. Madam Chairperson, I also would like to support this very good budget because I need to see also a good road networks that are heading towards these correctional facilities. It is not good to see a situation where from the main road to the correctional facility, the roads are impassable. We need to see proper roads, Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, well maintained, so that even as we reach those facilities, our vehicles are able to reach there, even short ones will be able to reach those correctional facilities and visit our people. Madam Chairperson, I will not only end there, but also fully support this because I know salaries and wages are within this. We want to maintain our employees in correctional service in a better way, better than the way they were being maintained during the Patriotic Front government. Honorable Minister, we want our people well motivated.
Order, Mr. Mwene. As the time is 10:40 hours, I suspend business for 20 minutes for a healthy break.
Thank you so much for still being with us on Parliament Television. The House has taken a 20-minute break, and so at the time business was interrupted. It's the Member of Parliament for Mangango, Mr. Mwine, contributing to Head 30 Zambia Correctional Service, and so he will continue when we come back from the break. For now, we'll look at a quick review of business that has been considered on the floor of the House. Julius.
Right, and of course, quickly just to mention that the policy statement on this head 30, Minister of Zambia Correctional Service, was delivered by the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Honorable Jack Mwimbu. And of course, we did have the indication of business by Honor the Vice President. Also had the 45 segment of Honor the Vice President's question time and one question for oral answer since been considered. But we'll be looking at the details of what has taken place on the floor of the House at the very end of today's live broadcast. In the meantime, also take a short break. We'll be back on the other side.
My name is Jeff Murebwa, or to complete the first name is Jeffrey Murebwa, and I was born at Kalulu village in Chief Chiwala. I'm just turning 60 on the 20th of this month, 20th November. I went to Chiwala Primary School. That's where I started my grade 1, and I went up to grade 7. My first year of attempting my grade 7 exams, I couldn't make it, so I went to repeat the year at Lupia Primary School. That's where I qualified from, and went to Chikola Secondary School in Chingola. That's where I did all my secondary education. That is from Form 1 to Form 5. Those days we used to call them forms, not as you call them these days, the grades. So after school, basically, I had my first job at Apollo Enterprises as a purchasing clerk. Thereafter, I did a course with a college in the United Kingdom, diploma in sales and marketing management. So that was my main job for some years. And then I also now, after serving as group and sales marketing manager in Ndola, I went into pastoral work, where I've been for so many years. But may I also state that along the way, I did train as a rather as a professional counselor, and I'm also a lawyer. I qualified as a lawyer in the United Kingdom, and I was married to my wife for 28 years, and unfortunately I lost her to cardiac arrest on the 17th of July 2016. I am not married yet, or I haven't remarried, because it's been very difficult to find Miss Right. My constituency happens to be Kafulafuta. Now, as I said, I was born and bred in Kafulafuta, And as I was growing up, really, Kaflafuta didn't look like it was anything that one would bother about in the years to come. We grew up in the village doing what every other child would do in a village setup, where we would go kill some birds with catapults, then go to steal some sweet potatoes and do some uvuni, as we used to call it. So basically, I grew up not knowing that Kaflafuta was actually a very wealthy place until the recent years, when companies have come to invest in Kaflafuta. May I be quick to mention that one of the thriving companies in cement manufacturing, which is Dangote Industries, is actually in Kaflafuta. Then we have Handman Lime, which is one of the top lime manufacturers as well. It is in Kaflafuta. We have Nelkant group of companies. In the sense that they have the lime manufacturing side, they have the cable manufacturing side, and they also have the metal manufacturing side. Then we have another company called Shenzhou, and part of Zambezi, Portland, is actually in Kaflafuta. So Kaflafuta basically is supposed to be a very rich place. So over the years, I noticed that despite having all these companies set up, and despite the wealth in the constituents, the people of Kaflafuta did not benefit in any way. To start with, the employment opportunities were supposed to be given to the people of Kaflafuta, and unfortunately, very few of them have been employed by these companies. I mean by all the companies that I've mentioned. A good number of employees tend to come from town. And I know someone might say, well, maybe they are not qualified, but a good number of these people that are coming from town are doing general work, which the people of Kaflafuta can do. So I would say that because of some injustices, the people of Kaflafuta have not benefited from what is rightfully theirs. And this is something that I feel I need to have addressed at whatever cost. This must be addressed, and the people of Kaflafuta must benefit from what is rightfully theirs. I know that this might not be the right forum. No, actually it is. Yeah, it is the right forum. When it comes to the CDF, this is why I've taken a very firm stand that all the projects in Kaflafuta must be done by the people from Kaflafuta, except where we don't have the expertise, where we don't have people with the skills to undertake a certain project. Then we are definitely going to open up to people from outside Kaflafuta. So yeah, Kaflafuta basically at the moment economically has not benefited the local people, and this is where my passion is. I wish we had time to talk about why I came into politics. I came into politics because I noticed that despite the wealthy of the area, our people are not, benefiting from the wealth that we have. Right now, I wish to state that one of the major problems we've had in the area is the problem of road infrastructure. Kaflafuta has not been attended to for many, many years, for some decades now. And my agenda really, the first thing that I'm looking at is opening up Kaflafuta, that is the road infrastructure. So I've got an agenda which we are working at right now. Is we are going to ensure that all the feeder roads are worked out and so on. I've been in contact with ministers responsible for helping us, Honorable Garin Kombo, him being the Minister of Local Government and Rural Development, and he's promised to help us where he can. I'm very much aware, I'm alive to the fact that the government does not have sufficient money to refurbish all the roads, but I've asked that we have the critical areas attended to. I've also talked to Honorable Charles Melupi, who has also been very, very magnanimous, and they've all promised that they're going to help us attend to the critical areas of our road networks. But as far as the feeder roads are concerned, this is something that I have already got the plan, I've strategized, and that is what is going to help us to put up some structures in schools, staff accommodation for teachers, putting up a health posts, because as it is now, it's a fallacy to think that we can have proper schools, because even if you want to build, there are no roads for vehicles to ferry building materials. That's how bad the situation is. So we are working towards that, and I really want the people of Kaflafuta to have their faith in me. There is nothing that I promised in the campaign that is not going to be done. We know we have water problems. There are actually 4 areas that I'm looking at. We addressing the water problem, and very soon we had some boreholes approved. About 9 boreholes have been approved, and we are moving in that direction to ensure that certain areas are helped with water. And because of the desire I have to serve, I want the people of Kaflafuta to have faith in me. I want to ensure that all the projects that we have from the CDF benefit the people of Kaflafuta, which means all the contracts in Kaflafuta are going to be handled by the people of Kaflafuta, except where we don't have the expertise. I am aware that we don't have sufficient schools. There are places I went to where my heart was really broken. I went to Chikoka, where I found pupils sitting on logs under the tree, and actually that is also in an area called Iyande. We are looking into these areas very, very seriously. So I want people to be patient. If I had been in office for 3-4 years and you see nothing happening, then I would graciously take the criticisms that people are bringing about. But as things stand, I would like people to cool their tempers and to be patient with me. And I know that the aspect of roads is something that has been talked about by many people from Kaflafuta. But my response really is, even if the people of Kaflafuta went into town, and I know they go in town, the roads are bad. It's not Mureba who is an MP there. It's just a signal. They should learn from there that this is a national problem. It is not a Kaflafuta problem. It is a national problem which they need to give us time to work and have it fixed. So having said all that, more blessings to my Zambian fellows, and more blessings to the people of Kaflafuta.
My full name is Andrew Taengwa. I was born in Lusaka, right in Kabata constituency. I went to school at Momoni Primary School, where I did my grade 1 to grade 7. Thereafter, I went to Ndeke High School, where I completed my grade 12. I did my certificate in accounting at National Institute of Public Administration. Thereafter, I continued with accounting technician's diploma. I'm a family man. I've got children, and I live within Kawata constituency. Well, Kabata constituency is a constituency that is made up of 5 wards, namely Kamlanga, Kamwala, Kabata, Libala, and Chilenje. So all these wards that you see, we have the wards that we have within our constituency, all of them have got their unique challenges. Specifically, you talk about Kamlanga. Kamlanga has got its own challenges because it's one of the wards that it doesn't even have many social amenities within the constituency. It's actually the least developed ward in the constituency. You get to Kamwala. Kamwala also has got its own challenges. Sadly to say that within my constituency, there are some ones, I think Libala and the Kamlanga, which do not even have either a ward, a hospital or a clinic. My developmental agenda for Kabata constituency is number one, trying to see how best we can improve on the education sector, whereby we're going to lobby government so that they could expand the existing infrastructure, which we have already, so that we can accommodate more children already. The free education that has come on board, it has actually attracted a lot of students from the pupils from the private sector who have come in to join the government. So we're trying by all means to see if we can extend the existing infrastructure within different schools. Already we've started with some schools which we are using not only CDF, but we're using the Andrew Taengwa Community Initiative project, where we are expanding the existing infrastructures. We're doing the lab at Chilenje Combined School. My final word to the constituency is that, first of all, they must understand that Honorable Taengwa is a member of parliament for Kawata constituency, meaning that I am a member of parliament for everyone who resides within Kawata constituency, and I do not select when it comes to the projects that we are doing for the constituency. Even when it comes for people to visit my office, I do not select. I see each and every person, whether they are from the other side of the political party, whether it's be it PF or FDD or UPND or MMD. I receive everyone because these are my people that live within my constituency. So the word that I have for my constituency is that wait, better is not enough. The best is yet to come. We are still working hard to ensure that we bring development to the constituency. If you check what we have already started doing within the constituency, we have already started putting up a health facility where we're expanding it through, of course, like I said, the Andrew Taengwa Initiative project, where we are expanding the lab, putting up a lab and AR treatment right in Chalala, Chilenje area. Then also through the CDF, there are some certain projects that we have selected that we'll be able to see very soon in the constituency, especially when it comes to expanding either police posts or healthy facilities, including schools.
Welcome back. Thank you so much for still staying with us. And so business is about to resume. and before business was interrupted on the floor of the House was. And so just now, we take you to the floor of the House.
Madam Chairperson.
Expected to resume shortly. Seemingly, we don't have. It appears we do not have a quorum, and we expect business to resume as soon as a quorum is formed. And like Matimba has just been indicating, Mangango, member for Parliament, was on the floor of the House, contributing to Head 30, Zambia Correctional Service, which is being under consideration.
When business was suspended, the Committee of Supply was considering head number 30, Zambia Correctional Service, and Mr. Mwende, Member of Parliament for Mangango, was asking a follow-up question. Sorry, he was debating actually. May Mr. Mwende continue?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, that I have to continue debating. Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, I would like to bring it to your attention on a very serious note that my main interest in supporting this increment on the Zambian Correctional Service on the budget is because I'm interested in two things. Firstly, Honorable Minister of Home Affairs, it is very imperative that you take note that the infrastructure you have in Nyango, Honorable Minister, was left by SWAPO. And because of that, I am interested in the increment in this budget because I know I expect a share of state-of-the-art infrastructure for the Zambian Correctional Service in Nyango. Honorable Minister, the other interest that I have in the increment in this budget is, for the first time, Honorable Minister, first of all, I must congratulate you for advertising publicly the recruitment of Zambian Correctional Service recruits, as it has never happened in the past 10 years during the Patriotic Front regime, where applications were being carried under the armpits, taken to PF members and recruit them privately. For the first time under the new Dawn government, it has happened and the change has come. Honorable Minister, as you know, as a constituency, Mangango, and as a district, Kaoma, and a province, Western Province in particular, we have in the past 10 years almost denied recruitments in the Zambian Correctional Service. From now onwards, Honorable Minister, as I support this budget, I know that some of my youths from my constituency, from my province, and from these other three provinces that were being denied recruitment will also be found on this year's recruitment, because it is the only benefit that my people in my constituency will benefit. What shall they benefit if they can't be employed by Zambian Correctional Service, which is in their backyard? Honorable Minister, if there are any irregularities that may be perpetrated by some of your officials or officers, please deal with it within your ministry, and can we now have a fair play of the recruitment process countrywide, not as we were being marginalized by the Patriotic Front in the previous government. Honorable Minister, without saying too much, I might jeopardize all my very, very important, interesting points that I have raised to you, that please, I need the state-of-the-art infrastructure, and that when that infrastructure is there, I know that my people also be housed in there, because they are also some of the recruits that will be there. Thank you so much, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Christopher Kangombe.
Madam Chairperson, I have taken note of the 899 million kwacha that has been requested for approval by this August House. As Member of Parliament for the good people of Kamfinsa constituency, that is currently hosting one of the biggest correctional service, I obviously am in full support of allocating more resources to this very important institution. May I also pay tribute to the work that was done by the previous government in as far as constructing houses for correctional service officers at Kamfinsa. Madam Chairperson, as you are approaching the facility, on your right there are very beautiful houses that were built. Of course, they are not adequate. And obviously, under the 899 million kwacha, my hope is that we could continue providing more better facilities for our people. Madam Chairperson, as we consider this allocation that has been requested, you are aware that not everything could be done in this money. And one of the things that I have personally done as Member of Parliament in that area is to request that my office, working with the Constituency Development Fund Committee, that we avail some resources from the CDF towards basic things. Now, there are a few basic things that we can't wait for central government to do. For instance, we are now calling it a correctional service, meaning we need to train people, we need to give them skills, so that when they come out of the facility, they have the ability to actually contribute to society. Now, Madam Chairperson, it is now 1 year since elections. I've been serving as MP since last year. I have not been given an opportunity to interact with the leadership at the correctional service. Despite writing, despite requesting, despite indicating to them that there are these public funds which the facility can utilize. And I'm also aware, and I hope that the Minister has been briefed, that we've had water challenges at Kamfinsa Correctional Service. Working with the private sector, we were able to provide a borehole, we were able to provide a water tank in the last couple of years before I even assumed the office of Member of Parliament. It will be important that when an offer is made available to supplement what central government is doing, it is always important that at a local level, supplementary funding is made available. So, Madam Chairperson, the point I want to emphasize, and this is for the attention of the Minister of Home Affairs, is that we'll give you the 899 you've requested for. But there's also the money available under CDF, where the MP is saying, look, we can improve water supply to the correctional service. But the MP must have an opportunity to know what are the challenges beyond what we already know. In the CDF money that we've allocated, Madam Chairperson, we have also said, can we replace the old water pumps that feed water to the workers' compound? Those are steps that at a local level we are trying to undertake in order to support what government is doing. That correctional facility, Madam Chairperson, is for the people of Zambia. And because it's for the people of Zambia, we have to provide the environment that is conducive to achieve the objectives of a correctional service. So 2022, Madam Chairperson, apart from the water pump that we are going to replace under Kamfinsa Correctional Service, we could have done more, but if the MP can't be allowed access to a public facility, such as a correctional service, and my request has been in writing, what do you expect the MP to do? The MP will focus on other needs in the community. The point I'm making is that there are three ways of funding a correctional service. One is what we are doing today, giving money to the correctional service. Two, we can go to the business community, the way we've done. I remember my colleagues and I, when I was mayor and my colleague was district commissioner, every month there was always an activity to supplement to what they would get from central government. That's the second way of funding a correctional service. The third funding is what we have now, Constituency Development Fund.
Whether we like it or not, the MP sits in the CDF committee. So when we are picking priorities and the MP is told you can't access the facility, do you expect the MP to allocate more resources to that facility? The MP will say, we'll take money in the community, where the MP is welcomed and is treated as a very important key stakeholder in the development process of supporting these facilities. So, Minister, we want to see a modernized correctional service. We want to see a facility that is able to do farming, that is able to give skills to inmates, that is able to produce men and women that can come back into society. In line with your policy statement, I was paying attention, Minister, to what you are saying. You are basically saying, let's change the mindset of the people that were once convicted. Let's take them back into society and make them productive citizens. But for as long as we do not give resources to these very important facilities, Madam Chairperson, we will not be able to achieve everything that has to be achieved. I know 899 is a milestone, but we can still do more. We can still do more at a local level. We can still do more with partners. And I think some of us are in a very privileged position to know who can help us improve these facilities. I have given this scenario, Madam Chairperson, because it's common in all the other cities, all the other constituencies where we have correctional facilities. Government must not just look at one avenue of funding. I think that there are benchmarking steps that we can take. I hope, Minister, that the correctional service is benchmarking, is consulting other countries where steps have been taken to modernize these facilities. So that when our time is up, because our time will be up, there will be other leaders in place, we should be able to look back and say, we did the right thing. We improved the service, we gave skills to inmates, and we integrated them back into society. So, Minister, we support the allocation that you've requested. Of course, I would have loved if you had asked for more money so that we do more in our respective correctional facilities. The people of Kamfinsa constituency have spoken. I thank you.
Thank you. The Deputy Chief Whip.
Thank you, Madam Chair, for giving me this opportunity to add the voice of the people of Kembe, but indeed for the nation, being the government deputy chief whip. In supporting this motion, or should I say this item for Zambia Correction Service, I just want to note two things that have always touched my heart, and indeed to congratulate His Excellency Hakainde Hichilema through his messenger, which is the Minister of Finance, Honorable Msokotwani, and the budget that is presented to us by the Minister, Honorable Jack Mwimbu. So to the New Dawn government, job well done. Madam Chair, one of the key issues that I think as a mother, as a grandmother, and indeed as a lawmaker, and all Zambians we should be concerned about, is the issue of circumstantial children. This issue should break all our hearts. And it brings to me the memory of late sister, Honorable Member of Parliament for Katuba, Honorable Patricia Mwashingwele, who really was a champion on the issues and raising the voices of children of circumstantial situation in our correction services. It is heartbreaking, Madam Chair, to note that mothers who have children and end up on the wrong side of the law are kept in prison for years. In some situations, we find mothers with children for 3 years, 5 years, and it can vary. Some mothers had even given birth while in the correction service. I think if there's anything I would add and urge our able Honorable Minister is to ensure that we have a deliberate policy to ensure that no child should have to go through such a condition because of the fault of their parents, because it wasn't a fault of their own. This is an issue, Madam Speaker, that as we dive into the details of the budget, I would love to see if we have really worked on this issue. Secondly, Madam Chair, may I add the issue of the headquarters. Many of the defense services, they are actually housed here in Lusaka, but this is not the reality for the correction service, which remains headquartered in Kabwe. And the rationale in the past was that because of the maximum prison that was in Kabwe, and hence the need
to have the headquarters in Kabwe. However, we are talking of 2022, and we know that there are a lot of maximum prisons around the country, and it becomes imperative that the head offices as well be housed here in the capital city for the sake of business and indeed to save on the expenses for the correction service. And I think this will go a long way also, Madam Chair, to help with the relocation of the inmates. There was an organization that we were part of as members of parliament in the tenure of 2026, where we are advocating for funds to reallocate when someone has paid their dues, they have been corrected, and now they become part of the needed citizens in our country. You'll find that a lot of them were actually marooned in the places where they are once serving as prisoners. I think every human being deserves a second chance. We all know that, as already alluded to some of the speakers, that anyone can end up in the correction service at any time. And especially as politicians, whether innocent or not innocent, there are chances that are even higher for us than the ordinary Zambian out there, hence why we need to advocate for better policies when it comes to the correction services. The third point, Madam Speaker, that I want to add, it's the overcrowding of our prison services. As the Honorable Minister was reading, he alluded to the fact that the population of inmates in the country is about 24,000 against the actual capacity that is needed of 9,000. This actually translates in 162% as over the capacity that is needed. I think this is really not, it's not conducive. We all know that in today's world, we are living in a world where even inmates should be given their human rights and their dignity while they are serving in this correction service. Hence why we have come to the idea that it is a place of correction, not necessarily a sentence forever in themselves, because humans are able to change if there's one thing that is constant. As a member of parliament who has been unapologetically public about my own HIV status, which I have shared in the 2016 maiden speech, as someone who has lived HIV positive since I learned in 1997, I stand here with recommendation and appreciation to the fact that inmates who are HIV positive, they do have access to antiretroviral drugs, because at the end of the day, as I've already alluded to, that every human being deserves the life, the dignity that their country can offer them. And it is in this vein that I want to say thank you to the Zambia Correction Services, and that has to also be combined with the issue of decongesting our correction services, especially for people living with HIV, Madam Speaker, and many other conditions that I may not have elaborated on. It becomes important that they are actually given a right space and the right food, as noted, that they do actually afford, is it 3 meals a day? So with these few words, Madam Speaker, I just also want to touch on the fact that there have been cases when we have visited the correction services where someone stole a cob of maize, and sometimes they stole a cell phone, and now they're in correction service waiting for their pronouncement, maybe for a year or over a year. I mean, it doesn't make sense, because we know that there are a lot of white collar crime out there, and they don't end up in these correction services. We are not trying, or I'm not trying to endorse theft, especially petty thieving, but to have young people in particular, some women, because they stole a cell phone, and now they have to be put in cells for years, I think is unacceptable. In trying to recommend actually the work of the New Dawn government, I also want to allude to the fact that there was an initiative actually spearheaded by our very own Minister of Information in working with the Minister of Home Affairs, Honorable Mwimbu, and this is Honorable Kasanda, where we know very well that a lot of them didn't have any beddings, and to that effect, they were given beddings as well as beds and mattresses which really has gone a long way to alleviate the uncomfortable levels of sleeping. Some of us who visited, now the President, Hakainde Hichilema, I think we were really shocked to see how they were sleeping. So we say thank you and kudos to Honorable Minister of Information and indeed to our own Minister of Home Affairs. With these few words, I want to submit as I support the head on Correction Service. I thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Chirufya.
Thank you so much, Honorable Chairperson, for the opportunity to share my perspective on this very important head. Honorable Minister, in any environment where there is overcrowding, just know that that is a recipe for public health challenges. It is very important that when you talk about health for prisoners or health for people in correctional facilities, you look beyond HIV. I must state that your program in ensuring that the health of people in correctional services is enhanced must begin from promoting good health. And you must prevent diseases before you talk about treating the diseases. And of course, it must continue in the continuum with rehabilitation and palliative care. I would urge you, as you speak about the cost center on HIV/AIDS services, to broaden it. Let's not talk about HIV only, but let's talk about health promotion. Let's talk about addressing the social determinants of health in our prison facilities. And these will include water and sanitation, to include nutrition. Honorable Minister, in the era we live in, where we've experienced pandemics such as COVID-19, it is possible to have epidemics within the correctional facilities. And one factor that fuels the spread of epidemics is just congestion. So it's extremely important that we prevent it, because it will be more costly to combat an epidemic in a congested place. I want to salute you for allocating resources on the HIV/AIDS program. Today, HIV/AIDS is no longer a death sentence. It's a chronic but manageable condition. Our colleagues in correction facilities deserve the same as everybody else. And therefore, we should avoid at all costs running out of ARVs in the correctional facilities. Once the ARVs run out, the challenge that comes in is that the CD4 count lowers because the virus replicates. So when the CD4 count lowers, it means that they are now predisposed to all sorts of diseases. And as those diseases break out, then they'll spread to the rest of the inmates. TB is one of them. So once you get ARVs running out in a correctional facility, just know that CD4 count of the people who are on ARVs will go down, viral load will go up. TB is one potential problem, and once TB breaks out, it will not only affect those who are HIV positive, but even those who are just in that facility. Honorable Chairperson, as I conclude, I want to emphasize and I want to lobby for a comprehensive health program, public health program in Zambia correctional facilities. It should look at the space proportionate to the number of inmates. It should look at the determinants of health, such as water and sanitation. It should look at health promotion activities. We should allocate money for health promotion activities, for prevention activities. And we should also ensure that our surveillance is heightened, because that is a place where potentially epidemics can spread very quickly, with potential to lose lives, and also to be a focus from where epidemics can spread to the rest of the country. So I stand just to lobby for a strong public health program in the Zambia correctional services. Thank you, Honorable Chairperson.
Thank you. We have to make progress. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security wind up debate.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. I would like to particularly appreciate the contributions of Honorable Mwene, Honorable Kasune, and Honorable Dr. Chilufya for their passion to the plight of our unfortunate members of the public who have found themselves confined in prison facilities. I would like to comment on the contributions of Honorable Dr. Chilufya, which I appreciate so much. Honorable Dr. Chilufya, your contributions are apt. All of us must take note that when the prisoners who are under our custody are afflicted with various diseases, eventually those who are close to the prisoners get affected. If a prisoner gets HIV in prison, he or she is released, he will transmit to the partner if there is no comprehensive education pertaining to health matters. So it is our responsibility as custodians of our unfortunate colleagues to ensure that we provide comprehensive health education to those who are in prison and also provide adequate health services to our colleagues. Dr. Chilufya, I would like to thank you for those thoughts which you have indicated. I can assure you that we shall take those on board. My colleague, Honorable Kangombe, I want to assure you, Honorable Kangombe, that you are a leader in government. You are just serving under a different wing of government, which is the legislature. You have the right, as Member of Parliament that houses Kamfinsa Correctional Facility, to visit the facility and interact with the heads of the institution at Kamfinsa. I appreciate the offers you have made on behalf of the correctional facility for the financial support. I would like to urge my colleagues who are heading the facility to receive you with open arms as you interact with them and offer the requisite services. I also want to comment on the issues that have been made by my sister, Honorable Kasune, pertaining to circumstantial children. We are aware, Honorable Kasune, the plight of our dear circumstantial children who have found themselves in very unfortunate situations in prison. We have been liaising with the Minister of Community Services to ensure that all the adequate support is given to the children, and not only to the children, but to the mothers who are imprisoned. We are working on programs to ensure that their stay in prison is not as harsh as those who have found themselves in similar conditions. We are working with various institutions to provide for the mothers and the children themselves. We are also trying to adhere to international protocols pertaining to the provisions of the rights of circumstantial children. I would like to assure you that the Ministry of Home Community Services is working out a very comprehensive program which will soon roll out to ensure that the plight of the circumstantial children and the mothers are alleviated. Coming to the issue of the infrastructure, I would like to state that we have embarked on a program of rehabilitating the prison infrastructure, hence the provision we have made in our budget. We have also decided to close. At this point, I would like to inform the nation that we have decided to close Kamwara Remand Prison because of the unsightly and uninhabitable condition it is in. We are transferring all the prisoners from Kamwara Remand to Mwembeshi Correctional Facility, which is in a very habitable condition. It's a new facility. We are also decongesting Chimbokaila, in Kamwala, wherein we are going to ensure that only remandees are going to remain at that facility. All the prisoners will be moved to Mwembeshi. I also want to assure my colleague, Honorable Mwene, my colleagues here in the nation, that we are going to undertake a very transparent recruitment process. At every stage, we are informing the nation who has succeeded. At the moment, we have produced lists of those who have succeeded in provinces. The final list will be consolidated and it will be announced to the nation in due course as a result of the comprehensive consultations we have made with the relevant authorities. Finally, I just want to thank all those who have supported the motion and those who have not debated, for I know that you are supporting the motion. Thank you very much, honorable colleagues.
Thank you. I put the question. The question is that head 30, Zambia Correctional Service, head total 899,016,340 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 30, Zambia Correctional Service, head total 899,016,340 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move to head 23. Head 23, National Immigration Services, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security, General Policy Debate. The Honorable Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security, Policy Statement.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, let me thank you for this opportunity to present the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the Department of Immigration for the period 1st January to 31st December 2023. The Department of Immigration draws its mandate from the Immigration and Deportation Act number 18 of 2010 as amended by Act number 19 of 2016 of the laws of Zambia. The Zambia Department of Immigration aims to effectively and efficiently facilitate and regulate the entry and exit of persons and control the stay of immigrants and visitors in the country in order to contribute to internal security and sustainable economic development. Madam Chairperson, before I outline the 23 budget key focus areas, allow me to comment on the performance of the department during the current fiscal year. The overall performance of the department during the last 3 quarters of 2022 has been satisfactory. Under border management, the department facilitated 1,111,416 entries and 1,557,380 exits of persons at all points of entry. At the same time, prevented illegal migration by conducting border patrols. The Treasury has supported the Department of Immigration by timely funding it in the 2022 fiscal year, notwithstanding the limited physical space under Head 15. Further, the Treasury has released kwacha 11,240,000 as at quarter 3 of 2022 as additional funding outside the department's budget towards the dismantling of all personnel-related arrears for officers owed over the years. Madam Chairperson, In an endeavor to regulate the stay of migrants in the country, the department carried out various operational activities such as chase-ups, roadblocks, sting operations, removals, and deportations of illegal immigrants. Further, the department continued to contribute to the sustainable socio-economic development of the country through the collection of non-taxable revenue. As at 1st November 2022, kwacha 592,861,716 and 15 ngwe was collected against the annual revenue target of 59 million, I read that again, 519 million kwacha, representing an amount of kwacha 73,861,015 ngwe, over and above the set target. Despite the successes Madam Chairperson recorded, the department's operations have continued to be hampered by inadequate financial and human resources, inadequate transport, inadequate office space, and officers' housing, coupled with lack of holding facilities and a training school. Madam Chairperson, the Department of Immigration, with the support of the Cabinet Office and the Treasury, is undergoing institutional reforms to address the challenges experienced over the years. Madam Chairperson, firstly, the Treasury has established the budgetary head 23 for National Immigration Services to enhance operational efficiency for the Department of Immigration. This means that the Department of Immigration shall migrate to Head 23 from Head 15, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security, effective 1st January 2023, subject to the approval of the 2023 budget estimates by this August House. Head 23 shall make it possible for the Treasury to consider higher budgetary allocations for the Department of Immigration, which shall help address the prevailing challenges. Madam Chairperson, secondly, over the years, the approved established for the officers was 995 from the time the department was established in 1965. In appreciating the department's needs for human resource, the new Dawn administration has approved a new structure of 2,455, providing an increase of 1,460. This new structure is being implemented in a phased approach starting with the fourth quarter of 2022. So far, the Treasury has granted authority for 255 positions comprising 15 senior immigration officers, 15 immigration officers, 100 immigration assistants, and 90 border guards. The introduction of border guards is the first in the history of the department, which intervention provide for personnel to guard the borderline. This will help curb illegal immigration as well as combat transnational organized crimes such as human trafficking and smuggling in persons. Focus for 2023 budget. Chairperson, to ensure efficient and effective service delivery in the fiscal year 2023, the department will focus on ensuring that the Immigration and Deportation Act and other immigration policy documents are aligned with the recently approved National Migration Policy, and further, the department will focus its efforts towards increased immigration operations throughout the country. In the 2023 budget, the proposed allocation for the department is kwacha 161,372,073 kwacha to cater for national migration services. The proposed allocations to each program is broken down as follows. Immigration services, 19 million, 570,000. Management and support services, 37,297,140. Provincial administration, immigration, 100 million. And refugees and asylum, 4,386. Chairperson, the department has failed to complete its headquarters on Ali Kinkata Road, which has been under construction for the last 12 years, given the limited resources allocated. Therefore, it is expected that the Treasury shall provide financial support in the 2023 fiscal year to enable the department complete its headquarters, which is already at 80%. Chairperson, on the estimates of revenue, it is projected that the Department of Immigration will collect 760 million for the 2023 fiscal year from visa and payment fees. However, revenue collections from visa fees are expected to drop due to the recent policy and adjustment to the visa fees for 43 countries as at 1st November 2022. Chairperson, the new donor administration has prioritized effective migration governance in the national development plans in order to harness the benefits of migration, counter its negative effects, and at the same time address migration challenges such as mixed migration flows, human trafficking, smuggling of persons, long porous borders, and irregular migration. The 2023 proposed allocations will enable the Department of Immigration execute its mandate effectively. Therefore, I wish to implore honorable members of this August House to support the proposed allocations for Head 23. Madam Chairperson, honorable colleagues, I thank you.
Thank you. Any further debate, Mr. Singombe?
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for giving the people of Dundumwezi to debate on vote 23, which has appeared in this House for the first time probably since 1965 when this department was born. Madam Chairperson, I want to thank the Honorable Minister for Home Affairs for considering this department with its own vote. Honorable Minister, as you have indicated that the mandate of this department is to regulate the movement of people in and outside of the country, and also to monitor the stay of people or visitors. You have also indicated that immigration handled over 2.6 million foreigners. But I want to state that probably this number does not include the Zambians, because Zambians also go out and come in. And it's the same department that actually clears them, that handles their documents to ensure that they go out and come in the country. So when you include the Zambian citizen, Immigration Department handles way over this figure that you have given us. Honorable Minister, I want to say that, or I want to thank you for instituting a credible leadership at this department. And I'll illustrate why I'm saying a credible leadership. In your statement, you have indicated that by 1st November, immigration had already raised 592 million against the target that you had given them of 519 million, meaning they have gone way beyond the given target, about 73 million. But sometimes, Honorable Minister, you would wonder why this department was so neglected by the previous regime. You have indicated that there is a building that was abandoned in 2012 at 80%. you agree with me that the PF policy was that all those infrastructure below 80% or above 80% was supposed to be completed. But alas, this department was neglected. Their building was at 80%. From 2012, they failed to ensure that the department is funded. Madam Chairperson, I want also to state.
There is an indication for a point of order. Mr. Chirangwa, what is your point of order?
Madam Chairperson, the rules of the House requires that we are factual, and according to from Standing Order number 66, I heard the Honorable Minister very clearly. The Minister did not state that the building has been abandoned from 2012. He said the building has been under construction for the last 12 years. Is the Honorable Member debating and misleading himself so well? Is it in order to mislead himself, the House and the country at large, by misquoting the Honorable Minister who was on firm ground? I need your serious ruling. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Singombe, as you are debating, please be very factual so that you do not mislead the people and the House, and try to be focused on the debate, on the budget. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Madam. Sometimes people take different coffees, and it leads to such, because the minister was very clear that since 2012, they have not funded. So it's more or less like abandoning the
point of procedure.
The program.
Mr. Singombe, I think you've been guided so that we make progress. So with that guide that I had given, please, let's progress so that we wind up this head.
Much obliged, Madam Speaker. Madam Chairperson, I also want to thank the Minister for advertising the recruitment of officers. I want to inform you that previously, in this department, we have a cadre of immigration officers who never went for physical training. And the reason being, our colleagues were recruiting them secretly. They never advertised. So a number of them actually joined the department and never went for training as it's supposed to be. I'm a trained immigration officer. I went for physical training. So I want to understand that our colleagues should have done the same. But what they did was they were just getting their relatives and push them in the department without taking them for training. So, Honorable Minister, I want to thank you that this year you have recruited through a normal procedure, and you have reintroduced sanity.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker.
Mr. Singombe, there is an indication for a point of order by Dr. Chirufya. Dr. Chirufya, what is your point of order?
Madam Chairperson, when I look at our immigration officers, well clad in their professional uniform, conducting their work diligently, I see some of them here, I see some of them out there in the borders, and they do a fabulous job for this country. The Honorable Member of Parliament has just announced here that these are cadres who never went for training and they are unprofessional, and is punching into the integrity of this institution. Is the Honorable Member able to produce evidence on the floor of this House to show how many of these immigration officers are cadres who never went for training and they're busy doing bad job because of their poor training? Is it in order to bring such information on the floor of the House that punctures the integrity of such an important institution And if he has that data, is he able to produce it and lay it on the floor of the House? I seek your serious ruling.
Thank you so much. Mr. Singombe, as you are debating, some issues that you are raising, they will require you to produce evidence, such as this matter that you said some of those that were recruited were not trained. There is a group that you indicated to say that they were brought in secretly and they were not trained. Would you have data or evidence to show that these were secretly recruited and they were not trained? Do you have evidence, Mr. Singombe, or you withdraw? If there is no evidence.
For now, Madam Chairperson, allow me to withdraw, but I'll reintroduce this matter in future. So I've withdrawn.
Thank you. The issue has been withdrawn as the member was out of order. And for the sake of progress, can we now please be factual? Otherwise, I won't allow any more points of order. It's the responsibility of the person who is debating on the floor to make sure that he gives true information and uses words that are not, does not use words that are unparliamentary for the sake of progress. Otherwise, we'll be derailed. We won't make progress. Mr. Singombe.
Much obliged, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I was stating that Immigration Department is supposed to be funded. You are aware that in most of these government departments, it's very difficult to find even parking space. And it's the same scenario even at Immigration Department. You find that the area or Kent building is quite old, that it does not, it requires probably renovation or, like the minister has indicated, to be relocated to a new site, but our colleagues did not give them sufficient funds. And I want to implore the Honorable Minister to look into this matter. You know, Immigration Department, like I've indicated, do raise monies, and it's only better that they are funded adequately so that they can operate professionally and in a very good building. Madam Chairperson, I also want to say that the issue of increasing the establishment, the Honorable Minister has indicated that from way back, the establishment of immigration was at about 900. Very small number of officers against the influx of people or foreigners that are coming to this country. And Honorable Minister, I want to thank you for ensuring that you have increased this establishment from 900 to over 2,000. But I would urge you to, as time goes and with resources probably, to increase, because you have waived visa fees for about 43 thereabout of countries, meaning that there will be a lot of people coming to this country, and hence we'll have a scenario where all our border points will be congested because of a very few human resource. This department, Madam Speaker, in most cases, they have no transport. I can talk about Kalomo. Most of the foreigners, if any, are not sometimes in our maybe urban setup. Some of them are in the rural skirts, in the farms and so forth. So there's need to capacitate Immigration Department with adequate transport. This department, Madam Chairperson, can create the desired employment for our youths. Most of the people that are in this country are given jobs, and if immigration goes to inspect all business houses, you realize that there are a lot of people who are not supposed to be working in this country. And it's only this department that can ensure that such positions are left for the Zambian people. Madam Chairperson, at this stage, I would ask the Honorable Minister, with resources, increase the budgetary allocation. But in support, I want to state that 160 million will assist, because you have done a number of issues that will help him. Second, I also want to see the DG welcoming the president at the airport. Why is it that he's not among those who are welcoming him as the DG of this department? Madam Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mulebwa.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving the people of Kaflafuta the chance to make a contribution to the debate on the floor. To start with, Madam Chairperson, I would like to most sincerely thank the Minister of Finance and his counterpart, the Minister of Home Affairs, for the hard work that is exhibited in this head under discussion. Madam Chairperson, my view over the budget is, of course, first I want to declare that I fully support the budget under this heading, but I feel that we needed a bit of a raise to ensure that the Immigration Department is adequately catered for, because I've been to a number of immigration officers in the country, and I've noticed that, first of all, the office setup sometimes, the officers look dilapidated, needing a good facelift, so that whoever walks into the Zambian immigration office knows that they are in the offices that matter. So I think that there is a bit of the budget needs a bit of an uplift there. And as I was looking at the salaries, I may not know exactly how many officers we have, but it looks obvious to me that this area too needs a good address, and especially that this is a very key department which can either sell our country to outsiders or protect us. I'm saying this sometimes. It's possible that people would come with huge sums of money to bribe their way out of any predicament they might find themselves in, especially if they are illegally in the country. So I think that the salaries there need a bit of an address, so that the officers are motivated and are diligent as they perform their duties in the interest of the nation. I've been to, I think, one or two occasions when I needed to renew my passport, when I was told that the system was down. This has been habitual, particularly from the Ndola office, where you make an application, you submit an application, and the officers will not respond as quickly as they need to be, especially that we have moments when someone has to pay for express services and they don't get that benefit because maybe the system has broken down, and whatever applications are handled in Ndola have to be forwarded to Lusaka. So I think that the system needs a refurbishment so that it's as efficient as it should be. As the previous speaker mentioned, Madam Chairperson, it's also common sense that, pardon me for using that terminology, Madam Chairperson, that the immigration officers or officers need very, very good, reliable transport. I say this because there are moments that I can give. I've lived in Ndola for some time. When the immigration officers carry out an operation against illegal migrants, they've had to scrounge for transportation to follow these illegal migrants, and when they catch up with a few, like it is the case always, they face a lot of problems in transporting them. So I think that this is an area that needs serious attention, the area of transportation in the immigration department. And on the flip side of the coin, Madam Chairperson, as I feel it should be, we need to see a great change of efficiency from the immigration department after this budget, because I'm sure that it's going to change a lot of things. It may not be 100%, but we would like to see our immigration officers being efficient. When an application is made for whatever cause, we would like to see these applications handled, in an expeditious way, so that the would-be applicants can get the full benefits in the service. So in these few words, Madam Chairperson, I wish to fully support this head and wish the Minister of Home Affairs and Internal Security Services more years to live in this department. I thank you.
Thank you. We are going to hear from the left, Mr. Chilangwa.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I want from the onset state that I support the budget line for the Department of Immigration. Madam Chairperson, this is one particular department in the governance system that has proved over the years to be as professional as they can possibly be. And I also want to state right here that when the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs gave that statement, he gave that statement on behalf of the government of the Republic of Zambia. And it is the duty of all honorable colleagues, especially those on the right, in the back bench or in the front bench, to support the work that this particular department do. It will not do to come here, Madam Chairperson, to come and cast aspersions, unfounded aspersions, on these men and women of integrity. It is our duty. We cannot come here and start calling our officers as cadres who were employed because of family ties. It's totally unacceptable. And we need, I like to believe that our colleagues on the right, they do caucus before such events like this budget. I think, Madam Vice President, it is incumbent upon you as the leader of government business in the House to couch your members to ensure that as we debate an important head like this one, they know words to use and words not to use. Madam Chairperson, it is also interesting where colleagues think that Zambia started in 2011. If you hear from their debate, this budget we are dealing with right now for 2023, it must be compared from the 2022 budget which we are finishing next month. That should be the comparison. But it's incredible that colleagues will stand and all they do is compare and refer to the former government. No, we've moved on. But it's also very good, Madam Chairperson, because the biggest marketing manager for the Patriotic Front is those colleagues. Every time you mention the PF in any fashion whatsoever, you are marketing the Patriotic Front. That's why you've seen the incredible Sage. You can say the question here. Go on in the field.
Order, Mr.
Go
Chilangwa.
on the ground.
Order.
Yes.
Can we please be more focused to the
We are
budget?
very focused, Madam Chairperson. I'm coming now to the issue of office space.
Can we have order? Can we have order?
You see, colleagues, you may say whatever you want to say.
Mr.
You may
Chirangwa, can you
comment.
please be focused?
I'm
the
very
budget?
focused. That's why I'm looking at you intently.
No. Because you are also getting views from the other members.
No, the hecklers, I don't mind them. Yeah.
Okay,
Madam
take your
Chairperson,
seat.
I want to go
Take
to
your
the
seat.
issue of office space.
Maybe take your seat for the time being. When the member is debating, he's not supposed to answer any comments coming from other members. Because the person who is debating is supposed to debate through the chair. And the members also are not supposed to debate while seated. You are just supposed to indicate so that you are given chance to debate. So the honorable member, Mr. Chirangwa, who is on the floor, please be focused and debate through the chair. You may continue.
Madam Chairperson, thanks for your guidance. I'm supporting that minister and the department, and I want him to do greater works than has been achieved so far. Coming to office accommodation, you hear we spoke about a building that was started 12 years ago, and going through what has happened, obviously, the status at which that particular structure is not the same status that structure was at in 2011, 2012. I think there has been stored works, especially in the last 2 to 3 years, obviously owing to COVID. And also want to urge you, Honorable Minister, that you need to liaise with the Honorable Minister of Finance. If you remember last year, he made a pronouncement where he said, we will not focus on some of these infrastructure, some buildings, some office buildings, because government has adequate, so much money was spent in the past on these structures. So I just want to urge you to liaise and collaborate. And if you look at this year's budget, which was presented last year, there was no line whatsoever to support the completion of that particular project. So for me, the ball is in your court and it's not in PF's court to ensure that you complete that office space. Yes, I totally agree. Going to Immigration Department, to Kent House, you have nowhere to park. And the department has grown over the years. With the opening of new border posts, we need to open more border crossings, Madam Chairperson, because I don't believe that people who live along borderline areas, they have to go 100 kilometers, 200 kilometers to go and find a designated crossing point. I think we need to move. For the sake of the movement of our people, goods and services, for the sake of getting to where we should be as a country in promoting commerce and industry, I think it's imperative and it's important that we open more border crossings and more staff are deployed to those particular areas. In a nutshell, Madam Chairperson, this is a department which needs our support, all the support that they deserve, so that even as people come on the floor of the House to come and promote the well-being of the Patriotic Front by talking about Patriotic Front rule, it's important that they continue marketing us, including the Vice President, Honorable WMK Nalumango, Honorable WMK, Honorable Nalumango. Continue marketing PF, and we are very happy with your marketing strategy. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Honorable members, we have to make progress. We've heard from UPNG, the Independent, and PF. I'll ask the Honorable Minister of Home Affairs to wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. Madam Chairperson, I would like to thank most sincerely my colleagues, Vice Honorable Singombe, Honorable Mlebwa, and Honorable Chilangwa for the support rendered to this vote. I have taken note the issues that have been raised by my colleagues, in particular the issues of the building that we are constructing. That will be the headquarters for the Immigration Department. As you have noted, we have provided funding in this year's proposed budget. We hope that that will be adequate to complete the building. I've also noted the concerns that have been raised by Honorable Mlevwa pertaining to the dilapidated office infrastructure. Honorable, we appreciate your concerns, and that is our concerns also. We have made provisions in this year's budget to provide funding for purchase of furniture and rehabilitation of some of our offices in the various locations. I just want to comment that the issue raised, Honorable Mulebwa, pertaining to passports does not fall under immigration. It falls under the passports office, which we did approve yesterday. Finally, I just want to appreciate the comment of Honorable Chilangwa, where he has indicated that we are the chief marketing officers for the PF. I want to say that despite our efforts as your chief marketing officers, we have failed lamentably to market you. As a result, we lost 21 to 3 to 2. So we have failed, but we'll continue marketing you, Honorable Chiram.
We make progress. Head 23, National Immigration Services, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security, head total 161,327,073 kwacha. Any debate, any objection? I put the question. The question is that head 23, National Immigration Services, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security, head total 161,327,073 kwacha stands part of the estimates. As many as are of that opinion say aye. Of the contrary say no. The ayes have it. The question is resolved in the affirmative. Head 23, National Immigration Services, Ministry of Home Affairs and Internal Security, head total 161,327,073 kwacha is ordered to stand part of the estimates. We now move to head 09. Head 09, Teaching Service Commission, Office of the President, General Policy Debate. Her Honor the Vice President, Policy Statement.
Chairperson, I am grateful for according me this opportunity to present the 2023 budget estimates of expenditure for the Teaching Service Commission. 1. Mandate. The Commission is established under Article 223 of the Constitution and draws its mandate from the Service Commissions Act number 10 of 2016. Among other functions, the Commission is mandated to recruit, appoint, confirm, separate, hear and determine appeal cases, and to provide an oversight role on the management of human resource cases by human resource management committees in the teaching service. In order for the Commission to achieve its mandate, it works in collaboration with key stakeholders, namely the Ministry of Education, Teaching Council of Zambia, and teachers' unions. 2. Mission statement. Chairperson, the work of the Commission is guided by the following mission statement: to manage human resource in the teaching service for quality education. 3. Functions of the Commission. Chairperson, the Teaching Service Commission is charged with the responsibility of human resource management in the teaching service as provided for in the Constitution Amendment Act number 2 of 2016 and the Service Commissions Act number 10 of 2016. In line with the strategic focus of the 8th National Development Plan and the Vision 2030, the Teaching Service Commission will continue to implement its mandate in accordance with the strategic plan and the balanced scorecard. The strategic plan has two themes, namely human resource management and operational excellency. The themes in the strategic plan will guide the Commission in effectively contributing to the attainment of the human and social development strategic focus of the 8th National Development Plan, whose main development outcomes are A, reduced poverty and inequalities, and B, improved human capital. 4, overview of 2022 budget performance. Chairperson, the Commission was allocated a total of 9,963,207 kwacha. Of these, 6,534,773 kwacha was for personal emoluments and 3,428,434 kwacha for goods and services, which was funded to execute some of the listed activities. 4.1 Teaching Service Human Resource Management. Under this program, the following were achieved. 1. Constituted the Provincial Human Resource Management Committees in all the 10 provinces. 2. Oriented the Human Resource Management Committees on the procedures for recruitment and placement in the teaching service in all 116 districts. 3. Recruited 30,496 teachers through the decentralized model with the Human Resource Management Committees in order to improve quality of education. 4. Processed a total of 10,081 human resource cases in 2022. 4.2 Management and Support Services. Under this program, we procured office desks, laptops, and heavy-duty 4-in-1 printer. Number 5, 2023 budget estimates. Chairperson, the Commission has been allocated a total amount of 12,704,093 kwacha in the 2023 estimates of expenditure. The functions are performed through two key programs, namely 1. Teaching Service Human Resource Management. Under this program, the Commission plans to enhance monitoring and evaluation to ensure compliance to set standards, guidelines, and regulations, as well as sensitize officers in the teaching service on human resource reforms and the revised terms and conditions of service. The program estimate is at 7,750,790 kwacha. Management and support services too. This is meant to undertake timely and effective provision of management and administration of support services to ensure smooth operations of the Commission. The program estimate is at 4,953,303 kwacha. The sub-programs are as follows. 1. Executive Office Management. 2. Human Resource Management and Administration. 3. Planning, Policy and Coordination. In summary, the Commission operational budget estimates for 2023 amount to 12,704,093 kwacha. Out of these, 6,932,816 is for personal emoluments and 5,771,277 kwacha for goods and services, on which the above-mentioned programs will be undertaken. 6. Conclusion. Chairperson, the budget estimates and the proposed programs will greatly contribute to the attainment of human and social development. I, therefore, urge this August House to approve the 2023 estimates for the Commission as presented. Chairperson, I thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Mutike.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. I would like to support the head on the Teaching Service Commission. And before I go further, I just want to congratulate the Teaching Service Commission for having managed to recruit the over 30,000 teachers that were recently employed by the government. I think we congratulate you for managing that process very, very well. Job well done. Secondly, Madam Chair, I want to raise the issue of decentralization. I think it's important that the Teaching Service Commission can be decentralized to the provinces. Because right now, I think it's a general perception that everything happens here in Lusaka. So you find most of the teachers, most of the personnel employed in the Teaching Service Commission, they complain that a lot of the challenges and issues that they face, they take so long to resolve. For example, promotions and take so long to be heard by the Teaching Service Commission. That's what we hear. That's the views we get from the ground. You find somebody joined as a primary school teacher, but he has been able, or she has been able to upgrade herself or himself to a degree, even to a master's degree, but they still remain as primary school teachers, even 5-7 years after acquiring those degrees. So it's our considered view that probably this can be fast-tracked, these challenges can be sorted out if the Teaching Service Commission is decentralized. Of course, we know it's a question of resources, but we hope that the teaching service can start thinking along those lines. Being a son of a teacher myself, I remember when my father was a teacher then, there was a lot of refresher courses and the continuous development programs that used to happen. I'm not sure if this is the case nowadays. So we want to urge the Teaching Service Commission to look into that, where those who are in the service are continuously trained so that they can get updated with the latest trends, so that we can have an informed and a well-trained workforce. I think that is very, very important to do. So the other thing I wanted to say is that the recently deployed teachers, I think we have heard the stories where some schools have not received some of these newly recruited teachers. We want to urge you to look into that so that all the teachers that have this need of personnel are all equitably resourced without any favor. I think the new Dawn government has demonstrated the transparency in how they want to manage the affairs of this country. So it's very important that even a school in the most rural ward in my constituency receives some of these newly recruited teachers. I think, Madam Chair, we want to also plead with the Ministry of the Teaching Service Commission so that the Office of the Vice President, the President, to increase resources in this office so that issues of accommodation offices, issues of desks, issues of furniture, issues of equipment, which are some of the challenges, issues of vehicles, which are some of the challenges that the Teaching Service Commission is facing in terms of managing their work, in terms of oversight of their work. We want to urge that maybe in the next budget we can consider increasing their budget so that they can do their work effectively and efficiently. So with those few words, Madam Chair, I wish to support this head on the Teaching Service Commission. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Nyerenda.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson, for giving this chance to a former teacher and a lecturer to debate on this very important head, number 9. As you can see, I'm sure even when you are seated there, you're very happy because you have produced a lot of members of parliament, if not even presidents. For that, I salute you as Teaching Service Commission. You have my 100% support over this head. If there is anything more that can be given to anyone, I would say let us give it to the Teaching Service Commission. However, I would want to touch on a few things that may need your attention as the Teaching Service Commission. The discipline of teachers. Of late, Madam Chairperson, especially me coming from a rural constituency in Lundazi, there has been a lot of teachers who have been abusing pupils. The issue of discipline, Madam Chairperson, needs to be looked into by the Teaching Service Commission. You cannot be having chalk bonus on our children because we trust you that when we send our children to boarding schools, they should be safe. We expect you as Teaching Service Commission to look into that issue because at the end of the day, we do not want our children to come back with pregnancies. We want them to come back with degrees, and we want them to come back with very good results, especially A+. Madam Chairperson, as I support this head, I would want to bring it to your attention as Teaching Service Commission, the issue of not having a scale for those who are master's degree holders. Your teachers have gone to school and they have attained very good results, and they expect you to motivate them. There is need, as the Teaching Service Commission, which is operating under the new dawn, to push for your teachers so that they don't just end up getting the master's degree and then they start looking for where to go. As Teaching Service Commission, Madam Chairperson, I would want you to look into the issue of getting a psychologist, at least at every district. If you cannot manage in every zone, it would be important that you have a provision for a psychologist, a developmental psychologist, so that they can be able to go into these schools and be able to understand challenges that our children are going through. There is a lot of suicide that is taking place amongst our pupils. Apart from that, there is a lot of abuse of alcohol, even in schools. And apart from that, a lot of our children are smoking. The headmasters on their own cannot manage to attend to issues that are cognitive in nature. There is need for you as a Teaching Service Commission to provide a position so that our pupils can be attended to and counseled in a psychological manner so that we can be able to come out with pupils who can be able to fit into society. In addition, Teaching Service Commission, it is sad that most of the teachers, they get confirmed at death. Who will benefit from that? It's important that after the 3 months or 6 months that you write in the Teaching Service Commission that this is a time for your probation, someone should be able to see themselves develop. And apart from that, there are many teachers who have been in acting positions, head of department. Today they move them to the left, tomorrow they move them to the right. Look into issues. I know by supporting this budget, you should be able to get a vehicle. And if you have a problem, when you come to Lundazi, I can take you in every corner so that you can look into the welfare of the teachers, especially coming from me, who is a member of parliament, who was a teacher before, I would really want to see this come to an end. This means that you should also confirm me, because now I've even left you, and yet you haven't even given me the confirmation. So if you haven't given me confirmation, what about on retirement? What are you going to pay me? You have made us to start running away from you because you are not taking care of us. Madam Chairperson, this delay in really confirmations has really been a challenge. When you go around the Teaching Service Commission, I know it is not you to build the houses, but it's important that you lobby for decent accommodation for our teachers, so that at the end of the day, you speak, we speak together, our voice can be heard, so that our teachers can have a good accommodation and they can live in a decent place and be able to teach. If there is any person that we shouldn't play around with as a government, is a teacher, because he can make a lawyer, he can make a doctor, he can make anyone. And at the end of the day, we need to benefit from the services. As Teaching Service Commission, I would just want to wish you well and submit that Honorable the Madam Vice Chairperson, I totally submit this head, and I say if there can be more that we can give to our Teaching Service Commission so that they can even go out into the other countries and benchmark how other teaching service commissions are working, I would be the happiest. With these few remarks, and I want to say I totally submit.
Thank you. Mr. Nyambose.
Thanks very much, Madam. Thanks very much, Madam Chairperson, for giving the special people of Chasefu to add a word on the budget of the Teaching Service Commission. Madam Chairperson, I happen to have served as a commissioner and understand the importance of the commissions in this republic. Madam Chairperson, I want to thank most sincerely, and I always underline what the New Dawn government did to this country. I've just come from the constituency where the same commission employed 473 teachers in Chasefu constituency, the first thing happening in the country. And the issue of the teacher-pupil ratio is no longer the case. Madam Chairperson, in supporting this budget, I'll be failing if I don't thank the commission, because I'm hands-on type of a member of parliament. Just 2 days, last week, the Teaching Service Commission was in Chipata, our provincial center, where they were engaging all the DEBs and the staff, trying to orient them and to help them how to manage the newly recruited teachers. This has happened for the first time. Yesterday, our DEBs in Chasefu had a meeting with all the newly recruited teachers to orient them, to induct them, and how to behave, because as it has been said, teachers are models. So I'm seeing the benefit of the policies that are coming, and I want to say that as a commission, I totally support them, that we need to resource them so that they are able to function according to the expectation of the government. Coming to the district management committees that have been created, it is important that these district management, human resource management committees are seen to be working, so that all the cases, promotion, discipline, any other to mention, are dealt with expeditiously. At the end of the day, the buck stops at the commission. So the issue of monitoring, Madam Chairperson, is a very important issue. And we need to ensure that in this budget, I want to thank government for putting money for monitoring, because all the 116 district human resource committees should be monitored so that they are seen to be effective. So at the end of the day, when one is retiring, is able to get his file processed within a short period of time. If one is to be confirmed within the period of 3 months, that person should have that file to be processed. So the issue of monitoring is very cardinal. And this goodwill coming from government should also be appreciated by the Commission. The culture that we have come from, I think, should not be the case now. We have the new dawn, and there should be a new way of doing things. So, me as a member of parliament, I would expect that the Commission, with this goodwill and the political will that has come now, will reciprocate by enhancing our performance. Madam Chairperson, we need to show to this country that indeed, in all sectors, teaching sector to be specific, we ensure that the services are delivered effectively and efficiently. Processing of retirement is a very big issue. We don't want to see our retired teachers being destitute. We want to see files being processed on time, and it is us. I've been wondering why it takes long to deal with files when we in the Commission, we are just recruited for the same purpose to handle files and to process issues for the same teachers. Why should it take 2 years? I was at the Commission, as I said. We were processing documents. Someone is being promoted, deemed to have been promoted posthumously. That should not be the case. So as I support, I wanted to add a voice that as a member of parliament for Chasefu, Madam Vice President, I'm very happy with what you are doing. I'm just from there, all the zones in Chasefu, we are being inducted, and the teachers were being told and taught how to manage themselves. And that will answer to the expectations of the people of Chasefu. We want efficiency, so that the people of Chasefu can have a privilege to be taught and educated by a well-cultured cadre of teachers employed by the New Dawn. I've seen that we are employing 4,500 more. Secondary school teachers. Give Chasefu more, so that Chasefu can develop like any other part of the country. Madam Vice President, I've always said that Lusaka is not Zambia. Chasefu is part of Zambia. All the rules decentralizing, this country will never be the same. I submit.
Thank you, Dr. Katakwe.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson, for giving me this chance just to add on a few points on this head 9 about the Teaching Service Commission.
Order on my left. Can we have order? I want to listen to the debate. You may continue.
Thank you very much, Madam Chairperson. In supporting this head with an increase, with a budget allocation of about 12.7 million, Madam Chairperson, I'm of the view that in future, indeed, we need even to consider increasing this particular allocation so that we are able to see service delivery effected according to our mandate as New Dawn government. I want to point out a few things regarding the Human Resource Management Service. Indeed, like other colleagues have talked about decentralization, we would need indeed to see the Teaching Service Commission getting decentralized, because it's not good. Time and again we hear the teaching service is sitting in Chipata, and all the files in the Eastern Province are brought to a central point in order for issues to be dealt with. The next time we hear teaching service is sitting in Indola, and all the files of the teachers on the Copper Belt are brought to a central place. For how long will it take for them to get back to such kind of provinces? So you find that issues will tend to take long to be resolved. So would prefer to see subcommittees of the Teaching Service Commission. Let's say when it is decentralized on the Copper Belt, provincial headquarters can have maybe 2 members of the Teaching Service Commission and sub-members within there so that they are able to timely deal with the issues on the Copper Belt. Then if it is in Western Province, again we should have 2 or 3 members of the Teaching Service Commission with other few members gathered from within the province so that time and again they're able to look at the various cases as they arise. I think that is the whole essence of decentralization, and that will actually enhance efficiency in the Teaching Service Commission. Madam Chairperson, I would also like to point out on the issues of secondment, that those teachers who have probably worked and then they are teaching in university colleges or colleges of education with degrees, even upgraded. But for the teaching service, just to recognize and formalize their appointment as lecturers and so on, it takes years. I can cite a good number of examples. But to enhance that kind of efficiency, it is actually important that probably we increase the allocation of the Teaching Service Commission so that they're able to manage the human resource aspect effectively. I also want to ensure that probably we give more attention to digitalization or ICT, because time and again we see the Teaching Service Commission working manually on these files, heaps and heaps of files. But somehow we need to go digital way so that we are able to click in about a particular case and all the information about a particular teacher is there. For instance, you may find that one teacher dies. It will take years for that teacher to be replaced because you have to look for this file. Maybe at the headquarters, the file is not there. At another point, department, the file is missing, and so on. So we need to enhance ICT in the Teaching Service Commission. Madam Chairperson, I also want to encourage indeed the Teaching Service Commission when it comes to the issues of promotion. You find the NHOD has been acting for 3-4 years, 10 years, still in the same position. A senior teacher, same position, even a head teacher. In my district, Mushindamo district, it's even worse. And I brought an issue with the Teaching Service Commission when it was the time of recruitment. But somehow we sat together and we resolved 1 or 2 issues. I think that issue of letting people in acting position for too long is not good. It demotivates them and so on. So we need to ensure that we increase budgetary allocation so that these issues of promotion are resolved as soon as possible within the time frame when one is appointed. If it is 3 months or 6 months, it should be confirmed. Madam Chairperson, that would actually help also even in the issues of salary harmonization in reference to scales. That those who have upgraded but they have remained in the same salary scale for too long. With increase in the budget allocation, we expect harmonization in that regard. And lastly, Madam Chairperson, we want the Teaching Service Commission to encourage the head teachers to undergo certain training in leadership and management. We saw that those who were like trained in leadership and management at Chalimbana University, which was actually the lead university in teaching and training teachers or head teachers. And when you visit schools that have had heads or head teachers trained in leadership and management, they are effectively and efficiently running such kind of institutions. I think that is the way to go. You need to promote your teachers. Those who are in leadership, let them acquire managerial skills for efficiency service delivery. Madam Chairperson, in supporting this head, indeed I thought I needed to add those sentiments. I thank you, Madam Chairperson.
Thank you, Mr. Daka.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. Most of the things that I wanted to debate on or to add on, most of my colleagues have have added them, but I would also want to add on these 3 or 4 things. One is the reunion of our teachers. Most of these teachers, their marriages or their families, they are not together. So you need to look into that one also, so that our teachers can stay with their families. Husband and wife should be looked into. The other thing, as I support this budget, I also wanted to remind the New Dawn government that as much as we have a lot of teachers in our country, but to put a deliberate policy of those who want to become teachers. Like myself, I am a product of an trained teacher. And I'm here today because I practiced it long ago. So if you can have a deliberate policy as we are approving this budget, to have those volunteers who are doing it at a voluntary basis, cop them into this service so that they can upgrade their career, so that they become teachers. The other point that I wanted also to point at is the upgraded teachers, those who have gone to university. They were primary school teachers, but they haven't yet been upgraded to their qualified, like the degree, the diplomas. They are yet not put on salary scale to that particular degree. I seek and I request that as we are approving this budget, let's consider those, because some of those teachers, to upgrade, they went as far as borrowing money, getting loans, and with hope that after qualifying, they would be upgraded to that level so that they can even pay back their loan during that time. Then the other thing that I also want to talk about is like our rural constituencies where there's this new created district. You find the DEBs, the DESO, and other staffs. They are not yet in their respective offices. We ask through you, Madam Vice President, that let's make alternatives in those districts so that the officers are basically staying in those districts so that we see how best our teachers can be helped in those newly created districts. Even accommodation for the same DEBs and what, it can help to improve on the services that our teachers are expected to be given. The other thing, lastly, I want to also to thank the government for employing our teachers who have been in street for years. But it is not enough. We can increase this number to maybe in this budget, maybe to 20,000 also, so that most of these teachers can get employment through this process. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Thank you. We have to make progress. Her Honor, the Vice President, wind up debate.
Thank you, Madam Chairperson. And I would like to thank the members that have debated on this very important head on the Teaching Service Commission. Mr. Amutike, Mr. Nyurenda, Mr. Nyambose, Mr. Katakwe, and Mr. Daka. One thing that comes out in common is that almost everybody, Madam Chair, feels that the allocation could be improved because they look at the importance of this commission, and we do agree. And indeed, in the future, as the economy grows, I'm sure the minister will look at that and see that there is improvement in the allocation, which, as members have debated, will lead to better service delivery by the Commission. The other thing that I pick, like Mr. Amutike, he also congratulates the teaching service, which does the same for Mrs. Nyirenda, congratulating the Commission, appreciating the work, basically everybody that has debated has seen that this is important and they appreciate the work that is done. I see concern on the decentralization. I think everybody is calling for decentralization of the Teaching Service Commission. Colleagues, this is going on. In fact, this was applied for those that have talked about the deployment of teachers. In the deployment of teachers, you will realize that this was done through a decentralized system. The recruitment was done from the district level, where we have the human resource, the district human resource management committees. Those are part of the decentralized system. So that is what was done. And the issue, Madam Chairperson, as to how the allocation was done, the deployment, I think the teaching service did a very good job because they used a system that, first what they did was to do the needs assessment. They knew exactly what numbers were needed, and they used the percentage. So the percentage does not does the percentage gives equity, because whatever everybody got the same percentage. If the need was higher, the number of teachers was higher, but it was not looked at that this place should get more teachers. They get more teachers because they have more needs. The number they need is more. That means even the number that remained is more. And this is where, in appreciating the debate of Mr. Nyambose, I totally say his last request can never be granted, where he requested that more teachers should be sent to Chasefo. The teaching service will continue to give equitably to all the districts. And another issue that comes out is the issue of upgrading of teachers. Those that have trained at different levels, they have been stuck there. I think even in the earlier part of this today's sitting, I think I referred to that. In fact, the Minister of Finance assured this House that there is a component of that will be used to upgrade the teachers from the grades where they have been stuck. That will be worked on. And we do get the concern, the other concern of this, promotion or even confirmation. I think as teaching service, we listen very carefully to that, because people must be confirmed in their position. Confirming posthumously doesn't really, it doesn't make any, I don't know which word to use, it's not helpful to confirm a person posthumously, because confirmation is what will help in the process you have talked about of retirement. There is concern that the retirement processes take too long. Can you imagine a person retiring and they had never been confirmed? That means you start going right back to dig out, why were they not confirmed? Were they qualified? What was it? So we hear that and we take it seriously, and it's our prayer that as we continue, even with the process of decentralization, these things will be looked at, and it will be easier. One point I get is on monitoring. In fact, in their program, there is monitoring and evaluation. And I can tell you that by their programming for 2023, they will go through and even recheck on the teachers that have been recruited. They will monitor, they will evaluate, they will look at qualifications just in case they missed something. But they had a very clear process that they followed, but anything could have slipped through their hands because it is a big number that has been recruited in the 2022 budget. The other point that I see, I think this secondment is equal to the upgrade and things like that, because when a person is seconded to another, they have said, let the people be looked at. We hear also the issue of ICT, that it is important to have the IT department so that you don't have to move around with the hard copy files, which are difficult. So the other one is encourage headmasters to go for training in leadership.
President. As the time is 12:55 hours, I interrupt the proceedings and committee work stands adjourned. The committee will report progress and ask leave to sit again. Madam Speaker, I have to report to the House that the Committee of Supply on the estimates of revenue and expenditure for the year 1st January 2023 to 31st December 2023 has gone through the following heads: 14, 30, and 23, and has made progress and asked leave to sit again.
Day of resumption of committee work.
Tuesday, Madam Speaker.
Committee work to resume next Tuesday. The House is now adjourned.
Right, program of work for this week has come to a conclusion and business has since closed. Her Honor the Vice President was winding up her business in response to Head 09, the Teaching Service Commission, which is under consideration, and business has since concluded. But just before we go, we look at business that has been transacted on the floor of the House, beginning with indication of business that we'll see coming on the floor of the House beginning next week, Tuesday, the 15th of November, 2022.
And so on Tuesday, 15th November 2022, the business of the House will begin with questions. This will be followed by presentation of government bills, if there will be any. Thereafter, the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads. Head 21, Loans and Investments, Ministry of Finance and National Planning, and Head 37, Ministry of Finance and National Planning.
On Wednesday, business of the House will start with questions, if there will be any. Then the House will consider a private member's motion whose title is Reduce Retirement Age. And this motion will be moved by Mwinilunga Member of Parliament, Mr. Newton Samakai. And then this will be followed by a presentation of government bills, if there will be any. Thereafter, the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider Head 25, Local Government Service Commission, and Head 29, Minister of Local Government and Rural Development.
On Thursday, 17th November 2022, the business of the House will commence with questions. Thereafter, the House will consider presentation of government bills, if there will be any. Then the House will resolve into Committee of Supply to consider the following heads: Head 12, Office of the Public Protector; Head 34,